Oh god, what is up with Streamlabs? Whatever, not my problem. Anyway, looks like the stream is live, so we'll get started here. It is Saturday, September 28th of 2019, and to be honest, I haven't really done much since the last stream. The last stream we also worked on my text editor, and this is what we got working last time. Oh, that's me messing around with hyperlinks. Not what I mean to do. But last time we got multiple file editing working, kind of. We still can't save. We'll make saving work one day. But saving still doesn't work. But what we did last time was, what was the key combo? It used to be H and J, but I switched it because it was failing the test. I think it's G and H now. Yeah, to switch back and forth between files, and like it maintains the like cursor state, so when you switch back and forth it knows to keep the cursor here and all that stuff. And like if you edited it, it also knows to like reset the modified state and keep your file edits in place. And if you exit one, it goes to the next file. So that's what we worked on last time. I cleaned it up a little bit. Just the patch for that. I cleaned it up a little bit this morning just to get it in a place where I was happy to merge it. Part of that was moving some of the functionality around. There's some unrelated stuff in this patch. It's not exactly a clean patch. Hey, what's up, Aaron? How's it going? Saw you followed like several minutes before the stream started, so thank you for that. How's your Saturday/Sunday going? Let's see. Yeah, and I moved the modified state into the file itself. Sarcastic Dante has resubscribed. Thank you, friend. He says Babi is my main editor. Well, it doesn't save yet, so you're not doing much code writing there. But it's thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. Wouldn't be a stream without Sarcastic Dante showing up. I'm in New York City Saturday. Might have a friend coming by. Nice. Same efficiency. Yeah. Well, like some of my streams, I write like 5 lines of code over 4 or 5 hours, so it wouldn't change my efficiency much on stream either. But yeah, some of the stuff we did last time is we moved the modified state around. We gave this file thing way more things. What are we doing? Big picture. Catch me up to speed. All right. So there's this today command, which will help you see what I'm working on. I'm building a text editor, which is maybe not the best idea. If I would have known how much work it was, I probably would have never started. But now I'm too far deep, so I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna make it usable, and then I'm gonna switch my text editor that I use. But the text editor is called Babi. It can do not very many things right now. It has this like fancy color test, which will eventually be used for the syntax highlighting. So these are the colors that it supports right now, and it does this kind of nifty thing when you highlight them. So it starts with vertical bars, but if you highlight it, it becomes horizontal bars. And that's just the way I've set up the colors. It's the foregrounds. The foregrounds are columns and the backgrounds are rows. But and the way this color test works is the ones with stars are actually inverts of the same on the opposite side. So 60 down here is the same as 60 star up here, and so you can basically there's only what 151 colors, maybe 100. I don't know. Can't tell what this one is. Probably 152 colors. But then with inverts, I can get the other components. So that's that part. It also supports editing files. So this is it opening itself. You can navigate around with arrow keys. Some key combinations work. So that's Control A, Control E. Also home and end. You can use page up and page down. Some of the keyboard shortcuts from Nano work, so like Control V and Control Y work. You can edit stuff, so if we add some text, delete some text, whatever. You can press the delete key to delete text after. You can press enter and backspace, and all those things work. And they're all tested, which is probably the cool part about it. How about Control S? Yeah, saving does not work yet, but Control S will eventually save, but it doesn't do that today. Mostly because there's kind of a couple tricky parts about saving that I haven't handled yet. One of them being, well, I guess I can just show you. I can show you with the behavior that Nano does. So if you edit something and you exit, it will prompt you whether you want to save on exit, and it gives you kind of this like yes/no entry here. So if you say like Q, it just ignores it. If you say N, it doesn't save. If you say Y, it will save, and then it gives you this freeform text box to enter stuff in here. And this acts like a full like read line supported, like you can use keyboard shortcuts in here, you can jump around by word, and it basically supports like full text box editing here. And so I would need to build a component that does this, and maybe we'll get that to that today. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe we'll get to that today, so then we can finally say it's a text editor, it can edit text. But I want to tackle another problem first, which is some extended keyboard shortcuts. So one thing that I was showing before with the file switching, and like I need to make this work too. With file switching, the keyboard shortcut that Nano uses is Alt and then the arrow keys, which I kind of like to switch between the files. But I found that in, we can delete this dead sim link. I found that in curses, it sends some weird characters for those. So like, this is key right 3, I think. And depending on the terminal variable, it just sends this like escape sequence. But from what I gather, this bracket 3 means that the Alt key was pressed down, and this C means that it was the right arrow key, and then if I do the left arrow key, you'll get D. If I do up, I think it's B? No, A. Anyway, this can tell you like what key press was pressed. But it's actually sending a sequence of characters. So this is the escape key followed by these characters afterwards. And like the same is true for like Control Home and Control End. Like these are unhandled right now, and I need to make them handled properly. But for whatever reason, this is controlled by the term variable that's set. And so my test suite uses tmux to control stuff, and in tmux it pretends to be screen, and so the characters bleed through. Is that GNU Nano on GNU Linux? Yes, it is. It very much is. But this is not GNU Babi on GNU Linux. But yeah, so the plan is to try and make those key sequences work, and I started doing some research on it, and I can detect when I get that multi-character sequence and do something different from that. I'm still not sure like how to handle it properly, but we'll figure that out together, I guess. And the basic strategy is all of the keyboard input currently goes through this get WCH function. So if you look at not that one, that's the color test. So the event loop is basically this edit function, which currently draws the whole screen every time, which is a little bit wasteful, and I'll fix that eventually. But for now, it's easy, so we're doing that. But then it retrieves a single character, converts it into the key and key name, which converts it into the key and the key name. I would need to change this to properly do this loopy thing here. And then it dispatches the response to a bunch of different functions. Most of them around like repositioning, which are these functions, or editing, which are these functions here. And then there's some like miscellaneous stuff, like this handles quitting and going to the previous and next file. Hey, what's up, Kinhentos? Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Oh, and then Control Z or Control Z does backgrounding, which is actually more complicated than I thought. Because you have to like, I don't know that it still works. You have to like intercept this keyboard shortcut instead of just letting the normal process management handle it. You have to actually intercept this separately. Then you have to tear everything down, and then you have to kill yourself with sig stop, which is how backgrounding usually works. And so right now, this process right here is just kind of chilling out at this line. And if I foreground it, it'll get sig cont, which is continue or whatever. And then it has to rebuild everything up. But if I like commented this out and I backgrounded this, it kind of breaks the like rendering of the screen. I also can't scroll. Maybe if I scroll. Yeah, it's all sorts of messed up. And then it doesn't re-render properly, so you get like this wacky setup here. So it's important to tear everything down and reset it up properly with that. But anyway, that's kind of the overview of how it works right now, and my plan is to change how this character retrieval works such that I can properly handle all of these other special characters. Also, I noticed that Twitch did like a full redesign since Tuesday, and so everything looks slightly different. And I'm not sure that I like it yet. It seems mostly fine. What am I programming? I'm working on a text editor. A really shitty text editor. To replace my other shitty text editor. Also, another thing that I did since last stream is I upgraded MyPy because some of my fixes upstream have made it there. So like, I no longer need to separately import this curses module just for the type annotations. I can use the curses module directly. I also added support for the colors attribute on the curses module, so I don't need to type ignore anymore. That was one little tiny thing that I did since last stream. But yeah, so I think what I'm going to start with is writing... Actually, I think I already have a test for this. Skip. Yeah, I have a test for control home, which is supposed to go to the beginning of the file, but it currently doesn't. And so I can iterate on making this test work, and that'll be the plan for today. But there's a good chance that either this will not take very long, or it'll take forever, and either we'll finish it very quickly and work on something else, or we'll not. But yeah, this is what we're seeing right now. We see this control character followed by this sequence, and we need to translate that into the proper key. So, I think what I'm going to do is make a function that retrieves a key. Okay, it's only used in 2 places. Yeah, so we have the color test and we have edit, which are using it. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to leave color test alone because this code will eventually be deleted when babi actually supports syntax highlighting. For now, it's just kind of a dummy function that draws to the screens, good enough. So I'm not going to replace the usage of get WCH here. We'll just do it for the edit function. Get character, sure. I don't know what's going to return yet. I'll figure that out. Probably a tuple or something, or a union. I don't know. Because we basically have to handle both commands, which will come back as integers, and we have to handle commands like, I don't know, special keys like delete or backspace or whatever. And we also have to handle textual input. So we need to handle like actually entering text into the editor. But let's steal that code that I wrote before, and I'll explain what this does. So, first we retrieve our character. If it's that escape key, that means that we're either going to see an escape sequence, or it's just the blank escape key. Because it is possible right now to press escape, and we will just get the escape key. We won't get any of the other stuff. It's risky click. What do we got here? What is this song? Sounds familiar. Why does this song sound so familiar? Sarcastic Dante, what is this? Oh, is it impossible to play on the piano? Is that what it is? I'm so confused right now. You can try, but you can't. I see. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so the way this function works is it retrieves the character, and then it sets this no delay function. And what no delay means is if you ask for another character, it will immediately reply, or it'll raise an error. And so you basically gobble up the entire escape sequence at once, and then build up this character string. Enemy Lover 0 says, I aced. Oh, you want me to look at the end? Oh man. Okay, let me open it again. Oh god, what the? Yeah. It actually doesn't sound that bad too. Okay, I didn't even get to the like extreme part. Oh, that's wild. Okay, so yeah, basically I want to maybe I need to make a class for this because I want to represent all the characters and key combinations you can press on a keyboard. And so I need both like control whatever and like maybe I want an enum. Maybe I want an enum or a string. Have like control be have like lower bytes be the modifiers. My professor said I haven't seen half you guys in my class. Have fun taking this class again next semester. Yikes. Yeah, I still haven't implemented that command, Sarcastic Dante. One day. One day I'll work on it. The reason that I haven't worked on it, and the reason that it's hard... let's see, not working. Not that one, this one. The reason that it's hard is there's this, like, subscriptions API, which requires a secondary OAuth token of the account that's streaming. And so the way the current code works is the user that logs into Twitch is actually my bot, and so most of the API requests that are happening right now are using the bot's login, but the bot cannot see my subscriptions, so it doesn't work, and I would have to switch from. Or I'd have to add another auth and like figure out all of the permissions associated with that. Also, viewing subscriptions. If I remember right, Twitch API subscriptions. Channel reference subscriptions. Get channel subscribers. Yeah, it needs a special OAuth scope, and this is not one of the default ones. So you have to build a Twitch app, I think, and then you have to like muck around with that. I don't know. I spent like an hour on it and I was like, nah. This looks like a typo. Or do they all look like that? Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet they forgot to escape some characters there. What the fuck? Yeah, they forgot to escape some characters there. Whoops. Guess they got some bugs to work out. That probably means that there's an XSS somewhere, because this is treating text as code when it shouldn't be. But I'm not going to try and access Twitch while on Twitch. That seems like a bad plan. But I guess I can report a bug. Contact bug report. Submit a bug report. Here we go. How many redirects will I go through to be able to submit a bug report? Holy shit. Of course. Really? That kind of didn't surprise me. Is there really not? Contact support, here we go. This is the button that I want. Email us. Category. Is there an other? General, sure. Subcategory. Other. Detail category. Something completely different. Under escaped content on channels. There's currently supposed to be channel ID in the URL display. However, it is not being properly escaped, and so it's being interpreted as HTML. Didn't do any digging elsewhere, but this is usually the stepping stone to an access attack. Hopefully not, though. I don't need to put my name there. Operating system, can you not tell from my user agent? I'm not a robot. Cool. I can submit bug reports. That's how things work. Yeah, actually, professors can fail you even if you get all A's now, because if you don't show up, they accuse you of cheating. What? That's interesting. What would that command do? You know what? I don't even remember what I wanted to do with the command. I'm pretty sure what I wanted to do was, like, look up the current subscribers, because I think at the time I had, like, 3. I just didn't know who they were. Now I have like 17, so it's a little less clear what I wanted to do with it. I don't know. Maybe we would like pick a random subscriber and be like, thanks. Let's see. I heard a lot of professors don't fail people so the university can make more money. That's pretty spicy. The bug report has a bug, yes. Guys, I found Anthony's email. It's anthonywritescode@gmail.com. Yes, that is my Twitch email. But I'm clever. I made sure to have a separate email account for my Twitch stuff, so when I show it on stream accidentally, it's not a big deal. Feel free to send email there if you want. I don't know why you would, but you can if you want. Right now, it's mostly just, let's see, follow notifications, which I do read through every single one of them. And apparently Twitch support and Twitter replies. So if you send me a DM on Twitter, I will also see it in my email. You got me. You got my email. I leaked it. Register him on porn sites and Java forums. Oh. Please no. Okay. I always have to look up the enum documentation because I never know what I'm supposed to actually use for it. Let's see. Int enum. Base class for creating enumerated constants that are also subclasses of int. Is that what I want? Do I want that? I think I want int flag. Int flag. That sounds like a thing. Base class for creating enumerated constants that can be combined using bitwise operators without losing their int flag membership. But then there's normal flag. New in 3.6. Okay, cool. Good thing I'm not targeting anything older than 3.6. Is there an example? There is. Cool. You can add them? Oh, this is cool. Also possible to name the combinations. You can also bitwise not them? That seems not good. I didn't mean to make a pun there, dang it. This seems not good. Because this has nothing to do with these. I don't actually care though, so it's not that big a deal. What is this link? api.github.com/user/acetilly/events/public. Oh, you can creep on everything that I do on GitHub? This is awesome. So this is where I commented on a pre-commit issue, which actually, I have another message in my inbox. Hopefully that email token is not important. Definitely just showed in the URL bar. This is what I wanted to open up. So for some reason, this person has pip, is using pip, and it's always running a user install, but I don't know what's going on with that because nothing about their environment says it should be doing that. Yeah, so something weird is going on here, but hopefully they'll be able to figure it out for me. Oh, you can creep on my email address there too. Dang it, is that what... Oh, that's what you wanted me to show. Yeah, my GitHub email address is public as well. Yeah, here we go. Oh, because it shows up in this bug report too. Because it's on all of my PyPI packages. Yeah, so if you want to talk to me on open source email, that's how you get that email address too. I prefer not to receive email on this one though, but if it happens, it happens. It's whatever. But yeah. So far in college, as long as I showed up and tried, I felt like my college has done everything to make sure I'm successful. That's what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to make you successful. Register him on porn sites and Java forums. Come on, guys. Please no. I don't need that in my life. I don't need Java forums. Although someone did sign me up for like some weird like movie thing, but I didn't like look into it. Let me see if I can find the email for that. I like reported it as spam and deleted it, but oh yeah. The movie is called, what is it called? Gate to Heaven. So if they were trying to get free advertising, I guess they got it. This was this one? What year? What year? Post-production, yeah. For some reason, I'm on a mailing list for this movie. Many years ago, a military journalist, Robert, committed a mean act. Okay. Tortured by pangs of conscience. He makes a step towards repentance, and it's the path to gate to... What the fuck is this movie? It sounds awful. But anyway, somebody signed me up for a mailing list for this thing, so... It wouldn't be the first. But I don't know, have I heard of any of these actors or actresses? No. Don't know any of these people. But apparently someone signed me up for this mailing list. on my GitHub email address. I heard gay to heaven. Yeah, it's a hard road. The last variation is flag. Like int flag, flag members can be combined using bitwise. Unlike int flag, they cannot be combined with nor compared against any other flag enumeration nor int. Individual flags should have values that are powers of 2, while combinations of flags won't. So I think I actually want flag and not int flag. Problem is, I think I have like a bajillion combinations here for the different characters. But I at least want to handle all of these. So you could have like control key up, control key down, and left and right, and home ends. The problem is I need to have like some minimum value that is a bit higher than this. This is so obnoxious. I don't know how to make this right. I want to like do this without having to write all of the numbers repeatedly, because that's kind of annoying. But I want to represent whether control is pressed plus all the other keys. Maybe. I don't know. Or I could take a step back and have just a modifier, which is a flag enum. Actually, I wonder if I... Control Shift Alt. Just let's do what I want. Oh, it starts at 1. I want it to start at 0. Set the module, set the qualified name. Start equals 1. There we go. So if I do start equals 0. Hey, control shift. Nice. Okay, so I think that maybe will do what I want. Control Shift Alt. But then we still need a key, which will either be but let's see. Maybe do that. And then, so then I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. I also never get those who cheat. Like, you just made your grade drop from an A or a B to an A or an F. You just made it worse. Yeah, I mean, yeah. They catch you cheating, will force you to pass their final, or else they fail their course. I would just kick them out. Don't give them a chance. Like that's the short end right there. Oh, someone made their first open source contribution. Well, here's my token again. Hopefully that token is not important because it's the second time I've shown it. Add new line after reading file requirements. Let's see. Fix requirements. Adds a new line in case one is missing. And a change to the requirements file is needed regardless. If before, so if the file is non-empty and the last line does not end with a new line, then we add a new line. And then they added test for it. Sweet. Yeah, they'll change this test. Wait, I want to make sure that I'm not just talking out of my ass here. My first ever open source. Any and all feedback. Okay, cool. Sweet. Yeah, there's a little micro bug in one of the pre-commit fixers. So this fixer, if you have, I guess I can just show it. Oh, typo. So if you echo -n a -en a b or acb. So if we look at this file, it doesn't end in a new line, which is the bug here. Hey, what's up, Dull Shake? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. So if it doesn't end in a new line and it needs a reorder, this fixer will fuck up the file by sticking these two lines together. And it was probably, almost certainly, just an oversight in the implementation, and it's probably been there since the beginning. This package is like almost 5 years old now. Damn, is it almost 5? Is that really correct? Holy shit. There's the graph. How do I look at this? Contributors? Is that what it is? Yeah, 2014. Shit, pre-commit's been around a lot longer than I remember. Yeah, March 2014. Been a long journey. But yeah, it's probably been a bug since the beginning, or whenever it was introduced. But their patch fixes it, which is pretty cool. Did I press the button? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. They'll, in theory, fix that and get back to me. Some people get wrongfully cheated. Oh yeah, people that get cheated on. Yeah, don't kick those guys out. They're fine. Kick them out is easy to say, but when the dean loses tuition because they drop out, you're next on the chopping block. Yeah, that's kind of true. I used to teach intro to programming at Michigan, and we had a hell of a time trying to get people convicted for cheating. Partially because the way the department worked, and apparently they've fixed this, which is good, but the way the department worked is you couldn't convict someone from cheating unless they admitted to it. And so obviously no one would admit to it, and they would just get off scot-free, even if the code was like very obviously byte identical with someone else. Even if it had someone else's name on it, we couldn't convict them. It was bullshit. But yeah. The previous data structures professor failed 80 students and 40 withdrew. Next semester, 0 fails and 5 withdrawals. Yeah. I guess that's fair. I was intro to CS, not upper level. I was the nub classes. I guess I can just do this as the return value. It's not great. Let me see if I can adjust my code to make this be sufficient. Because we have key name, and we have WCH as the 3 variables, and I think I can shove them all into this one structure. Maybe? Problem is, I have this little... I'm going to transpose the program that I run on my laptop because it's very useful right here, and it's useful for looking at how curses represents all these characters. So let me take a quick detour. Actually, I can probably just push it somewhere. Let me put it on. How am I going to do this? Oh, somebody messaged me on Facebook. Great. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just paste the link in Twitch chat. That's the easiest way to do this. Come on, create for me. Before patch, 15 nanoseconds per value. After patch, 8 nanoseconds per value. Yeah, that's... I mean, depending on what... Why is this not working? Oh, is my internet gone? Please work. Okay, there we go. Standard uniform it distribution in this C library. That's pretty legit. Oh, it's gonna post as my bot because apparently that's how I'm logged in as. Oh well, that's gonna look weird. Okay. So I have this little program which makes it easier to see. Well, in fact, it has that little chunk of code that I was working on. That makes it easier to visualize what characters are being pressed. So if I press like the home key, oh, it has keypad off. And you Q to quit. So if I press home, I get 262. But I also want it to print... what am I doing here? Home, key end. Okay. And then control home and control end. So this was like helping me visualize this. But if I set an integer is required got type stir. Key equals key if is instance key int else or key. So now if I press keys, like I did that wrong. I'm just trying to make a little test harness so I don't have to open and close the editor all the time. Okay, so now if I press like P, I will get this and the number and the key name back. If I control P, I get control P back. Oh, it literally is control P. That's weird. But now like control home and control end will show up like this. The problem becomes when I set term to screen, which is what Tmux does, the arrow keys work, but if I do control and the arrow key, or it expected a character, but a string of length 6 found. So in this case, we get a key sequence instead. So if we do... What do you mean key? Oh. Not index. So we get sequences instead for control plus the arrow keys. And so we need to actually parse these and handle them differently. Which is unfortunate, but like, oh, what? Home and end are sequences? That's not what I was seeing before. Is it screen 256? What is the terminal name? Screen 256 color. Does this change home and end? I'm very confused. This is not what I was seeing before. Do I need to explicitly set this to true? Home end. Let's match this up against what we have over here. Okay. Initialize screen. This is copy paste, so it should be the same. Set no echo, set C break, we set no new line, we set raw, we set keypad. So I don't need to set keypad again. I don't initialize the colors, but that shouldn't make a difference. Why is this different? Term, screen, 2d6 color, babi. If I, oh, that's not the right one. Union is not defined. Halfway through writing code. So, oh, home and end don't work here. What the hell is going on? How do my tests pass? I'm pretty sure in my tests I do this. Well, let's control home. But here I send the home key. I have no idea. Don't know why that works or why it doesn't work. Yeah, this was that link that you sent before about improving the speed. Standard way in C++ to generate a random integer in a range is to call this function. The current implementation looks as follows. Typically it requires 2 divisions. Even on recent processors, integer division is relatively expensive. In 2019, still expensive. Oh my god. Okay, this isn't that long. We can read it. Code that I ended up with is somewhat ugly, but it works. For fun, let's compare with the implementation that's present in the Swift standard library. I think it's more readable because the Swift language has built-in support for the full multiplication. It is somewhat puzzling that the C++ language does not see fit to make it easy to compute the full product between 2 integers. Huh. Yeah, this is much more readable than whatever the fuck is going on here. This is wild. But yeah, cool. I think marginal students at marginal schools would do better at trade schools. That's a spicy statement. I kind of agree, but it's wow. Oh, there's the email token again. Will do, but as a co-design question, why not run? Some prefer to pick and choose hooks. I agree. Someone should probably be configuring the end of file fixer as one of their default hooks, but it's good to have the proper. But it's probably okay to have the behavior happen here as well. Okay, let's see. Convert to a list. Oh, I don't know why they have a type annotation. Do they need a type annotation? I'm gonna try and remove the type annotation, see if it makes a difference. What's this guy's name? Barack. R-E-I-F. It's a creative spelling. I'm not making fun of him, I just think it's funny. Remove this type annotation. Does MyPy complain? Does MyPy complete? No, you can remove it. Okay, not a big deal. I'll just remove it later. This is a list of bytes objects. So generally you can leave it out. I usually prefer to only type annotate things when MyPy requires it. Inference. Often save some typing and importing. Some keyboard typing. Gotta be specific about which typing we're typing about. And I will let them. Let's see. I'm gonna leave that unread. I'm gonna leave it red in my inbox. On stream. So that pip install user thing, apparently they had etsy pip.conf with this in it, which is questionable at best. I wonder if we can change commit such that it ignores nasty settings like that. Maybe there's a user argument to pip. I have to look it up. Yeah, let me just fucking check. Maybe pip install dash help dash user. There is no user. Okay, I tried. Doesn't seem like there's an option pip to disable the user settings, so I don't think there's anything we can do to protect against this. Glad we got to the bottom of that though, because that was kind of a weird failure mode. So we'll see if that guy changes it or not. Also, if I wait for 3 days and merge it, then he can get it as part of Hacktober. So maybe I won't merge it. But Hacktoberfest, you can sign up now. It's kind of cool. You just like commit to open source, and they send you a t-shirt at the end if you do, I think it's 5 contributions or something. But the t-shirts are usually pretty cool. I did not... Oh, I'm wearing my Swift shirt today. I did not wear mine today. But this logo looks pretty cool. Where's the, like... Participation rules. In order to... Oh, you only need 4 pull requests. I thought you needed 5, but... 4 is less than 5. Yikes. If your PR is spammy, don't do it. This year, the first 50,000 participants who successfully complete the challenge will earn a t-shirt. Last year, 46,000 earned a shirt. But yeah, the shirts are pretty nice. They're high quality. They look good. Also, it's just kind of a cool thing to say you did. But that's that. But I don't know why my tests are succeeding for home, for the home key, because unless my tests are just garbage. I mean, it seems to work because it sets the cursor position properly. Let me look at what this does actually though. So I think it's, and everything that I've shown kind of looks like it's broken. We press the home key. And it did revert back to 0-1. So weird. There must be multiple ways to send the home key. I'm not gonna worry too much about it, I guess. Okay. Let's actually get back to working on this. Union. Okay, so if we get a escape sequence, interesting. Okay, so I just wanted to test something because whenever I ran, like, where's that demo thing? I don't have it open. When you press the escape key, this is a different. Where did that file go? Oh no. Surely it's one of these. Where? No, it's not that one. It's not that one either. Oh, here it is. Yeah, 2 streams in 1 week. Our redemption. Our well, it is redemption. Yeah, okay, I can read. Thank you for the subscription. Or resubscription, I think. Yeah. This is the 2nd month you've subscribed. But thank you for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. Hope your day's going well. But yeah, 2 streams in 1 week. It kind of makes up for doing 0 streams for 2 weeks, I guess. But during December, I'll stream a lot more because what is it called? Advent of Code. I usually try and stream every one of these when I do it. If you haven't heard of Advent of Code, it's a advent calendar, which means that there's like an event per day, but it tends to be like a programming puzzle that happens once a day. And I completed 2018's. The puzzles are pretty cool. They're basically like a little story and then like some coding puzzle part, and they give you like a puzzle input. Where's the input? The input. Puzzle input. Yeah, so you get like some sort of input and then you like parse it and produce a result. And it's pretty cool. I did this last year and it was kind of nice. And a bunch of people like stream doing Advent of Code, which I think is pretty cool. And so like there's always other streamers that are working on the same problems, and so it'll bounce back and forth between people's streams. But it's kind of a cool thing, so I'll definitely be doing that this year. Are you doing Hacktoberfest next week? I usually end up. Well, I did sign up. I actually just talked about this. No, not a slash. I am going to do it, although I do a bunch of open source anyway, so it kind of ends up looking like I complete Hacktoberfest, but it's really just like a side effect of me working on projects that I maintain. So the answer is yes. So doesn't really matter here. Another reply to my GitHub issue. But yeah, I will be doing Hacktoberfest. Explaining how this is working, but it's all good. But yes, what was I doing again? I need to implement this getChar function, which I think will return a key. So we're special casing the escape key. If len wch is equal to 1, exactly the escape key. Return a key with. We're gonna model escape as control bracket, which is what Vim does. Well, they're the same signature. We press escape, we press control blocks. It's the same thing. Tubeworm says, "My Anthony, how's it going, friend?" What was I doing? Oh, okay. So if I'm in insert mode in Vim and I press control left square bracket, it exits insert mode in the same way that pressing escape does. Why does A enter insert mode? Oh god. What is X mode? I don't know. Look, I can quit Vim, guys. But we're gonna represent this as control backslash. Oh hey, this guy removed the type annotation. Cool. Oh, I guess you can't see because it's on my other screen. We got another commit down here that removes the redundant type annotation. Okay, so if we see, we'll do int or stir. Int will be commands, and stir will be everything else. Is the plan. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Rishi? Thank you for the follow. It's the proper number of eyes, right? And I like to make stuff. Thank you as well for the follow. I like to make stuff too. Sometimes I make stuff even if I don't use it. Which I made... Oh no, I resized the window slightly. I made a stuff recently, but I haven't found a usage for it yet. It was just... The idea for this, I was in France and I was falling asleep and it was like 1 in the morning. And sometimes I have like dreams about weird shit. In this case, I had a dream about regular expressions. And I was like, whoa, what if you could know when a regular expression ends? And surely someone has done this before. So I sat up in bed and I was like, oh my god, let me find whether someone has done an early termination regular expression engine. And I did some Googling and found that there isn't really what I wanted, but I was able to find something else that kind of does that. But anyway, I wrote this library that allows you to figure out when a regular expression stops matching, such that you could use it in like a testing library or whatever. And this was like middle of the morning while I should have been sleeping on vacation. But made this kind of cool thing. But came for the Python, stayed for the I had a dream about regular expressions. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I guess that that kind of labels me pretty well. But yeah, so I made this cool thing, works well for PyText, but I haven't found a usage for it yet, because I don't assert on regular expressions all that often. Although I could use it for pre-commit, except I made a conscious decision to only support Python 3.6 by using type annotations. So I would have to backport. I'd have to like untype annotate this, which it's short enough that I can do it, but haven't yet. But anyway, that's the stuff that I made. Resolves. One tiny thing, I edited your description to say resolves. That way, when the PR is merged, it automatically closes the issue that it is referencing. Thanks again for the patch. It's greatly appreciated. Actually, let me see if I can make a release for this. Because... Let's see, what commits? Oh, this one's a feature change. Okay, never mind, I won't make a release. Thought about it, but no. And I'll review that later. Cool. Okay, so yeah, so we know the key if it's modifier character. We'll implement this later. This else branch is what's kind of interesting here. So this is kind of the old case where we're not handling escape sequences. Else, let's see. Problem is I don't want to lose information because That would be unfortunate. Where's my little script? So if I do meta G, oh, I get a sequence out of it. Not what I expected. Also, Control-Shift-A seems to do the same thing as Control-A. Control-Alt-A. We get Escape Control-A. That's not what I expected. What about Control-Shift-Alt-A? Same thing. Oh, that lags a lot. I guess I need to set... So no delay is asking for like a sequence, so I bet if I do Control M, yeah, we get a sequence out of it. Okay, so I need to not delay like that. Is there a way to set the timeout on that? This is not the right one. Window.no timeout. If flag is true, escape sequences will not be timed out. If the flag is false, after a few milliseconds, an escape sequence will not be interpreted and will be left in the input stream as is. What is the default? What's the function called? No timeout. Set blocking or non-blocking behavior. If delay is negative, blocking read is used. If delay is 0, then non-blocking read is used. I think I want to set timeout to 0. Maybe? What? Delay is 0. Delay is negative. Blocking read is used. That's what I want. In some cases. Otherwise, I want 0. Okay, so I think what I want to do is do this, and then reset it to -1. Now if I do Control... There's still a delay. What's going on here? That's so whack. That's not what I expect. Maybe I need to set no timeout. True? Nope, I didn't do it either. That's weird. Not what I expect. I wonder if it's the difference between get ch. No, even that's delayed the same way. Oh no! Oh no, I can't quit now. I really can't quit now. Because it's trying to compare this byte string against the letter Q. So I'm gonna kill this. So that's not it. Okay, let me read this. If the flag is true, escape sequences will not be timed out. Flag is false. After a few milliseconds, escape sequence will not be interpreted. What the hell is supposed to be going on here? Huh, someone sent me a whisper that says, "Hi Anthony, I'm doing some research on why people enjoy using Twitch, both to stream and to spectate. Would you mind asking me a few questions about it?" Sure, ask in chat. Flag is true. I think I want it to be true. So this is fine. But that is still delaying. Oh, and that one's delaying a really long time. Clearly, whatever I've done here is wrong. What if I just set timeout to 1? I don't know why there's a delay there. Disable curses, input delay. The no delay option causes getCH to be a non-blocking call. Oh, I already have that, right? Yeah, I already have no delay. While interpreting an input escape sequence. Oh, W gets CH sets a timer while waiting for the next character. No timeout is called, then it does not set a timer. I want no timeout true. I think that's what I want. Clearly not. That time's out forever. So I want no timeout false, I guess. Yes, I'm still listening to musics. Oh, what the fuck? I clicked on the wrong button. I clicked on the try YouTube Premium button when I wanted the go away pop-up. That's so sketchy. The same button that I used to click before is gone. Now it's a try YouTube Premium button. Damn it, YouTube. X Nihilo says, thinking about getting a really loud keyboard to piss off my office. I made sure that my keyboard is pretty quiet for office cases. If I set no timeout false, does this do what I want? No. There's still a timeout there. But what if I set it to a really small number? This sucks. Because that works fine. Does it work fine in Vim? Is there a delay when you press escape? No, it's instant. So Vim knows the difference. Why can't I know the difference? Oh, there's a W timeout function? Oh, W timeout is what I'm doing, yeah. Long story, but I'm in a new office and I'm the only one among the people with stuff to do. No one else is billing customer hours and they just talk and bother me. That sounds awful. It sounds like you need a new job, my dude. Since these routines provide the same functionality as no delay, plus the additional capability of being able to block for only a certain amount of time. It is a new job. Oh. Okay. So you knew what you were getting into. I swore I tried this already. It really does not do what I want. Huh, so this block of code does not do what I want. Oh, that's gonna derail this whole idea. I really don't want to revert back to... I wonder if I do with non-wide characters if it has the same problem. Oh, but then I have to deal with Unicode. No delay option causes getCH to be a blocking call. I think I'm running into this timer here. I wonder what Vim does. Vim source GitHub. Also, what license is it? I guess I can't look at the source then. Because it's GPL'd. And then I would have to be GPL'd. What is the other Vims? Other implementations of Vim. There's NeoVim, that's what it is. NeoVim, GitHub. What is your license? Apache 2. Okay, so then I can read the code. What language is this written in? Oh, I don't want to look on branches. Vim script. C. Did they use wget-ch? Did they not use cursors? How does this work? No, I don't want to search anymore. I'm done searching. Source. Is NeoVim not curses based? I don't know. How to read escape sequences. You may wish to use libtermkey. Edit the bytes given to you by get-ch. Well, I can't use libtermkey. Alright, let me see if I switch to get-ch and try all the same functions again, if it's similar. So this is just the default mode. It is at least giving it to me as separate escape sequences. But there's still the delay. So that's not what we want. What the fuck? I thought I fixed this. Shit. Why did that not die? What is this running? Oh, this is t.py. Okay. This is the one that I fixed, no? Surely one of those will catch it. Okay, we can quit. Cool. Still a delay there. No delay true means there's a delay. Do I just have this backwards? No delay is false. False, false. Oh, man, I hate when... I think this was right. Hey, what's up, Namariel? Thank you for the follow. Earplugs, noise-canceling headphones. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good strategy in any open office. I put my headphones in at work because we have an open office at Lyft. So it's a good way to tone people out. I don't know why that delay is there. Okay, let me read this doc again. The no delay option causes it to be a non-blocking call. Actually, I don't actually know where it's blocking. Why does that text not show up at all? Oh, because it's never entering there. So it's this call that's slow. Here's a hint, the more they're paying you, the more political capital you have. Yeah, that's pretty true. So I don't understand what timeout is happening here. Like, we have this timeout, we have this delay. Am I setting the delay improperly? So I set timeout to -1 and no timeout to false. Sorry for all the side chatter. No, the side chatter's fine. It's completely fine. I just have no idea why this is delaying. It's really bothering me. It's half delay. Half delay routine is used for half delay mode, which is similar to C break mode. Is C break mode what's doing it? Normally, TTI driver buffers typed characters until a new line of carriage return is typed. The C break routine disables line buffering. Makes them immediately available. Okay, so C break is what I want. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, well, it was good for you. It was nice to see you stopping by, X9 Hello. Hopefully I'll see you around. I don't know what's going on here, so we might abandon this, and I might have to spend some time researching offline, or asking on Stack Overflow, because I don't know what's going on here. Because I could have sworn this was doing what I wanted to. So the problem is the original call is what's blocking, not the subsequent calls. Before Stack Overflow, what's the question exactly? I want to be able to... so if I press... I'll give you an example. If I press Control Home, not in this mode. Term equals screen. So when you press keys on keyboards, they send byte sequences to the TTY driver. And so if I press Control Home, it sends this sequence. So the escape key followed by a literal bracket, number 1, a semicolon, a 5, and then an H. This 5 portion means that I was holding the control button. I don't know what this 1 means. H means that I pressed the home key. And in order to read this sequence, I need to first read this escape character and then read the rest of it. The problem is, if I press just the escape character and then wait a little bit, it delays reading the escape character and then returns the value back. But I want it to just tell me the escape character was pressed immediately. And I don't know why. I don't know why it's acting that way. Everything that I've read here, so like there's the no delay, the no timeout, and there's the timeout function, and I think I've set them all properly. Basically, I want this call to always delay until it gets a value, and as soon as it gets a value, I want it to return. Once it returns, I want to be able to look at the sequence, and if that sequence starts with an escape, then I want to read the rest of that sequence until it stops. And that's what no delay does. So no delay disables the delay so that this function returns immediately. But what I don't want is a busy loop here. So if I could set no delay up here, and then it would probably do what I want. But it would just spin in this function forever, which I don't want it to do that. Well, presumably there's a busy loop somewhere else. No, it's probably a select loop. I don't know. I also don't want to re-implement curses is the other thing. Because curses gives me a lot that I don't want to do again. I don't want to write my own manual terminal thing. That would blow up the scope of this project ridiculously. Can you sleep on the loop? Yeah, I can probably put a sleep there. But then, like, as you're typing, it would be slow? Maybe? Like, I could do this. Like, I could probably put that, and then, like, it's in a busy loop right now, and it mostly replies... Oh, I typed. It mostly replies immediately. Even with that, even with no delay mode here, I'm still getting this delaying. Still getting a delay there. So that's insufficient. Oh, I went off the bottom of the screen. Where were the other functions? So I could probably set timeout here. No timeout. No timeout true, then wgetch does not set a timer. I think that's what I want. No, it just blocks indefinitely in that case. So we want this to be false. We want 1 millisecond timeout, maybe? No, it's still blocking. I don't know what's configuring that blocking here. Set escape delay. Oh. Oh. Damn, chat with the real answers here. Oh man, if that's all it is. Whew. Let's set it 0 first, see what happens. Man, if that's all this is gonna be the best thing ever. I assume I need to do it before. Where did that one go? Call this function prior to calling cursors.wrapper. Why does everyone pick 25? Is that what the original question is? Oh my god, it works! Chat, you're the best. Thank you, Avatar 5D. Losing my damn mind. But it does work, so like we're getting our sequences here. Oh, that's so good. And this is why I'm happy that chat is here to help me out. Maybe you can solve some of my other known unknowns while we're at it. I'll show you the other things that I'm not super sure about. This is one that I really don't know. I'm eventually going to make a Stack Overflow question about this. But if you have trailing white space here, I can, since the cursor is here, I can select this, and this is selectable, and like if I copy and paste this, and I paste, I get the actual space characters here. But as soon as was it when I navigate away? No, it's when I scroll down and then scroll back up, the space characters are gone. But they are actually there. Like, they're there in the code, but the space characters are just gone. And I don't know what makes them be there or not be there. So that's been really confusing to me. And the way their output is the same, so I have no idea how they would end up being there or not. So like the way I draw these lines is I draw the code line and then I fill the rest with white space. So these are always already spaces, but they don't render as spaces, they just render as new lines. So there's something in curses that I need to know how it works, but I haven't figured it out yet. So that's one of the things. We want to properly crowdsource this. This one I did a bunch of research into, so I know how. I know what's wrong here. I need to know how wide characters are. But if we do this long enough, you can see like the cursor position's already messed up. Like right now it's between the two characters. So, oh, I have it highlighted. So I'm at the end of the line right now. So if I press left, it should put the cursor right here. But because these are two wide characters, it doesn't do it properly. It's like all sorts of messed up. But I needed to use WC width is the C function, but I need to re-implement it in Python, which is kind of shitty. That's one of my other open problems. This one, I don't know how to do this properly. The tab character, I want to be able to configure the width of the tab. Nah, pay no attention to the... I mean, one way is I just render 4 spaces, but I'm pretty sure there's a way in curses to set the tab width. But I didn't see any function for that in Python, so I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, those are my open problems that I may need to figure out at some point. Ah, but this escape delay is real good. I wonder if I can access this function through C types, so that I don't have to like mutate the environment. Set escape delay. Playa says Ubuntu equals Windows for the poor. You're probably right. It's also Linux for the noobs, right? Isn't that your next? Oh, there's a set tab size function. I bet I can somehow mute. I wonder if you set that environment variable, if it works. Let me quit. Tab size equals 4. Oh, this started new. Nope. It's not as easy as that. Oh, is this a global variable? Is it global in Python? Curses.delay output. No, it's not what I want. No, there's no thing in Python. Okay. But we now know how to fix this. We'll use 25 because that's what they said. Unless there's like a reason to use a different value. I guess I can read the man page. Why does it not explain them? Doesn't really say why. But it looks like this person's program sets the same thing. Shorten the escape delay. Who knows? But we'll pick the same arbitrary value that they're using. I use Linux too, but not Ubuntu. Red Star OS, best OS. I use Arch, by the way. As for re-implementing WC width, there's a simple sample implementation in C here. Oh. Oh, so they just use like a table of tuples and then binary search and then hard code some symbols. Yeah, this seems not so bad. I could probably copy and paste this. Hey, what's up, Playa? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well, even though you're giving me shit about my operating system of choice. And in fact, I bet I could use... I bet I could use Unicode data somehow. What is it? East Asian width? Oh, that's not the character that I want. Like, I bet this gets me part of the way there. Why do I not have it open anymore? Like, this should give me back W. Yeah, so I bet I can use some of this. The problem is, like, there's like combining characters that don't show up in here at all, and probably like 0 width space. What is it? 0 width space. 0 width space. Wikipedia. (200B). I was close. Yeah, so it says that's narrow width? Normal width? I don't know. I don't remember what the N means, but maybe I can't trust Unicode data. But maybe it'll help me implement that. Playa says, I can see that you're better than the average programmer. That's worth a follow. If that's your if that's your barrier to entry, I guess. I might be a shitty programmer, you don't know. Or maybe you saw me copy and paste from Stack Overflow, so that's how you know I'm good. Oh, kid. Okay. You use the documentation instead of Stack Overflow, at least in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, that's true. But I did steal that 25 from Stack Overflow. Why not both? That's the real answer. I swear I typed this before, but we'll handle these sequences later. Oh man, I'm so glad. So glad that that escape delay things happened. You have a lot of success asking questions on Stack Overflow. Reasonable success. I haven't asked too many questions. I spend a lot of time answering. Let's see, questions. Some of them I've also deleted. I usually delete my questions if they're not good, or by votes. Let's see. A lot of my questions are JavaScript and C++ because that was when I knew less and knew how to read docs less. So I eventually got better about learning on my own. But most of my questions are positive votes. Recently, though, less so. Also, sometimes I have like a really hard time actually getting answers for stuff. These are all... Oh, like I never got an answer for this one. Install a package which has setup requires from local source distributions. Yeah, I never figured out how to do this. I think it's not possible. But... No, for the most part, I get reasonable answers for stuff. But, I don't know. I've never had to ask for anything on Stack Overflow while we... Is it good to have a lot of reputation? I think it definitely helps. Like, I think people are more likely to read your questions if you have more rep. Like, if you have one rep, they're just gonna downvote you. That's just the way Stack Overflow works. It kind of fucking sucks. I wish Stack Overflow was better. It's really not inviting for new users, which is, in my mind, problematic. Yes, ampersand this, yeah. I think this did eventually become legal. But this is when I was learning about lambdas in C++. You can't put an ampersand before this, which kind of like, after understanding all of the like bits and pieces about how this works in C++, because it's like a reference pointer kind of deal. Why would you want to? I don't know. I just tried it to see if I could. But how would you have a site like Stack Overflow that's more welcoming? You know, I don't have a good answer for that. I think the hardest part, or like the most tricky part with Stack Overflow, is a lot of the people that are on it are highly technical, and as a side effect, they don't deal with people very often. And so they're not the most polite. And there's not enough of an incentive structure that prevents them from being impolite. And so, like, they're rewarded for producing technical content and not chastised enough for being dicks. And so, and like, the scale tips very heavily into the technical output section. So I think in order to have a more welcoming Stack Overflow, you would need to be willing to sacrifice technical content for people being more polite, I guess. And I don't think this is an inherent problem with Stack Exchange. Like, Stack Overflow definitely has this problem, but there's other Stack communities that are much nicer to deal with and like work in a much more cordial fashion. Like, I've spent a lot of time on Code Golf, for instance, which I think is a much more accepting community. Mostly because everyone is there to just kind of dick around anyway. So like, it's and they have a very, very specific set of rules that people follow, and as long as you follow the rules, you're fine. If someone delivers to me a solution while being a dick, I'm fine with this. Yeah, TubeWorm, I can see that. I can, like, if it works, who cares? It's fair, I guess. I just think, like, the community would be healthier if that were not the case. Another problem with Stack Overflow is, like, the community on Meta itself, like, asks for a lot of things all the time, and Stack Overflow, the company, doesn't necessarily help on that. And so like, there's a lot of features that have been asked for and like voted on that would make these sorts of things more welcoming and like easier for newcomers to ask quality questions and get quality answers, and have answerers produce less dickish answers. But like, I don't know, Stack Overflow is a company, they're trying to make money. I understand why they don't necessarily address those problems. Also, they got rid of, there used to be this section in this sidebar called Hot on Meta, which would just be like the most, it was like a function of recency and upvotes, which would put questions into this sidebar here, and they were often like, we want to improve this about the site, or that about the site. And Stack Overflow realized that like, many of the questions there were negative towards Stack the company, and so they just disabled the feature, and now there's no more Hot on Meta. But there's a lot of problems with Stack Overflow. I think it's pretty good for what it does. I think there's a lot of places where it could improve, but it's very difficult to improve it without sacrificing the content. So, not an easy problem. Oh, cool. Let's see. I don't remember how C-types works, so I want to look at how C-types works to see if I can set this, if I can set this value without reaching into os.environ, because that seems a little bit wacky. Tutorial. C types. So if I remember right, usually you do C types dot Is it CDLL? Yeah, and then you would do and this guy. List that, and I think you need to pass this into it. But then I don't remember what to do from there. How to create a C-types wrapper. Archetypes equals. Set escape delay 3, so it takes an int. ctypes.cint, ctypes.cint. That did something. I don't know if it's right though. Playa asks, where are you from? I was born in this crappy town called Cleveland, Ohio, which is right here. Then I grew up in a little town called Lake Orion, right around here. Then I moved to a town called Oxford, which is right around here. No? Where is it? Somewhere around here. Oh, like right around here. And now I live in San Mateo, which is here. I work in San Francisco up here, and I briefly lived in Berkeley and San Francisco. 0 is the best error code. I think it's void, so it doesn't, like, I don't care about the return value here. The problem is this load library call is tricky because this is different based on what system you're on. So I don't know how to, like, I would want to load library by name. Like, figure out which curses library it is. You load libraries. Maybe there's a... no? And curses W5. Surely that'll work. No. Maybe lib and curses W5? No. Yeah, because I don't want to hardcode the name of this binary is the problem. So I don't think I can do this with C-types, which is unfortunate. I wonder... probably not. Oh. Curses dot C API. What is this? What is this thing? High capsule object has no attribute slots. It has no dict or no slots. Okay, don't know what that is. Anyway, I guess I'm not going to be able to use C-types. I mean, I just showed that I could use C-types, but I don't think I can determine this string properly. So that's a dead end. But that's fine. I can just use this function. What's rent like in San Mateo? It's way cheaper than San Francisco. I am currently in a 2-bedroom house that I'm living in by myself, and I'm paying $28.50 a month. So if I had a roommate, it'd be $14.25 a month, which is fine. San Francisco rent was way higher than that. Even for a 1-bedroom, it was way higher, so I'm happy with it. It's fine. It's kind of expensive. Yes, $28.50 a month. It was $27.50 a month until like 6 months ago. That's for a 2-bedroom, but I'm the only person living in it. I had a roommate, but then they moved out because they wanted to be closer to work. And I was okay not being closer to work. So that is that. But yeah, I wish it wasn't so expensive because it's still kind of expensive, but what are you gonna do, I guess? I can move in. Alright, Superborn. We'll see how that goes. Oh, here's where I implemented it. Or I started working on this, but did that in the other tab. Okay, so now we can actually get back to this. If this instance wch stir, then we will return my mortgage on a 6-bedroom is less than a quarter of that. Yeah, that's Bay Area rent for you. It's fucking arm and a leg. My parents' mortgage is cheaper than that too, which is the thing. Okay. So if we get a string, we do have key enter. If we get a string, and this is how we eventually figure out whether we want this character to be drawn to the screen, and so I'm going to keep that logic there. But otherwise, we need to figure out if it's a control key or not. I wonder if I should turn D-pad off. That way I would interpret these all directly. The pairing is nice though, and the salaries here are nothing like that. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of don't like the Bay Area. Not just because it's expensive, but also because I feel like it's boring, and the amount of tech bullshit is just like smothering, kind of. But that might just be me. Am I trying too hard to shove this into this little box? Maybe. It might be easier to have all of the attributes here. If you like tech BS, you're in heaven though. Yeah, that's true. Key would be int. I can keep all the original values here, I guess. No, I don't like that. I want to be able to... I want to try my darndest to keep this in this box here. I like languages and computer science a lot. I also like computer science a lot, but not enough to just like have random tech bros tell me about their cool JavaScript library all the time, or I don't know, like getting through a date without somebody mentioning fucking NPM, like I don't know. I think people need to be more normal. I like that word, tech bros. Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to do here is the problem. That's why I'm thinking a lot here. I was getting the BART and hearing the folks in front of me and behind me all talking about tech that gave me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, it gives me the heebie-jeebies every day. Fortunately, I take Caltrain most of the time, and people kind of shut up and keep to themselves, which is fine. I think I'm trying to be too cute here. I think I'm just gonna keep all the values here, and maybe some other time I'll go back and rewrite all these. So we have WCH, which is union of int and stir. We have key, which is always going to be an int, and key name, which is always going to be bytes. And I'll get that here. So hey, what's up, Sergey? How's it going? So if it's the length 1, this is just the escape key. So we have technically modifier none, although I don't like that. WCH. And then ordinal of WCH is the key, and the key name is alright. The problem is we might have modifiers here, and so this will be kind of wrong. I don't like this. It's going just great. How about you? What are you working on today? I'm doing fine. I spent a lot of time spinning on a delay problem, which fortunately chat solved for me, so that's good. I'm working on my text editor. In particular, if I'm... don't want that. In particular, if I'm in... right. Needs this to be syntax. Fine. If I'm in screen or another terminal which doesn't... or like sends escape sequences differently, the like home and end keys send these different values which are not being interpreted properly, but also control home and control end send these other escape sequences. And so what I need to do is parse those and turn them into the proper values. I don't know what this one is though. Although I think I left myself a link that explains how those are supposed to work. And like like what all of the escape sequences are. One or missing is normal mode. Oops. Where did that tab go? This one. Why did I lose this scrolling? There we go. Yeah, so they end up with these named here, so I need to figure out how to parse these, essentially. And then write a bunch of if statements for these. But like, in here, if I press Control Home, I get khom5, which is what Xterm 256 color produces here. But in screen, I get escape sequence and then bracket 1 5H, which that's what this 5 is actually the same exact thing. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Feehen? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. What is this? Oh, it sent enter is \R, so it cleared the line. But yeah, need to parse. Unknown terminal. Oh, right. I like Haskell, Scala, Kotlin, and TypeScript. I can agree with some of those. I've not written enough Haskell to appreciate it. It seems like I need to be smarter to use it properly. I've written a lot of Kotlin. I wish it had trailing commas. TypeScript seems good. I like types. I haven't written any Scala, so I don't have any opinion there. I'm writing Python now. It's not necessarily a great language, but it gets the job done when I need it. I like C#, but I never get the chance to write it. Oh, this is the old code. Did I not fix this? I guess not. I guess I don't have this modifier anymore. It's fine. We will replace it in a different way. So I'm just going to use this khom5 constant here. Call that good enough. This will just be that logic, and then we just have to implement this special sequence stuff here. Which I can just hardcode some of these, I guess. Let's see, WCH key name is, let's give it -1 because we're fudging it. And then key name will be khom5. We'll eventually have an unknown one. According to Uncle Bob, C# and Java are the same language. That's what the Sun Microsystems lawyer said, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fair, but C# is Java that doesn't suck, in my opinion. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm keeping. Oh, I lost my mapping up here. Actually, I can get rid of that annoying nonsense here. This here. Be gone. Control home, control end. Yeah, so I'm going to translate particular sequences into their key names that I get in my terminal. This will only work for the ones that are actually mapped, though. So when I get to, like... I'm sure I'll get to a point where I don't get key names that are proper. But... escape bracket 1 semicolon 5h will be khom5, and then f will be k control end k end 5. So then we also want home and end key here. Is this the letter O? I don't know, is it a 0 or not? Equal is the letter O. Yeah, it's the letter O. Kinda weird. So OH is key home versus .key home. These ones are at least obvious. And then I'll just build this mapping up as I find new keys, I guess. I don't know why, but Uncle Bob doesn't seem to like Python. Maybe he likes Ruby instead. Honestly, Ruby, Python, PHP, and JavaScript are all basically the same language, just perturbed in different ways. They have all the same like typing problems and that sort of deal. It's really just like library support and which set of fanboys you subscribe to. Then again, I think we can all agree that Ruby's probably the worst. I'm just kidding. Ziggy says, have you played around with pandas much? I've touched pandas probably 0 times. I don't do much data science at all, so I don't deal with like NumPy or SciPy or pandas or TensorFlow or any of those other fun libraries. Except for dealing with how to install them, because I work on a developer experience team at Lyft, so I deal with developers all the time, and they of course want to use libraries like pandas and NumPy and SciPy, and they're not always the easiest to properly install in the right order and at the right versions, so sometimes have to coerce people to the right path, I guess. I like Uncle Bob, but I want him to do more Python, but Python internalizes a lot of his materials, so he doesn't have a lot of value add there. I see. Such Uncle Bob. Is Uncle Bob a real person? Uncle Bob sounds like he's fake. Surely these mappings are already available somewhere. Yeah, that would be great if they were. Let me try and Google this random escape sequence. I'd love if they already existed. Oh look, somebody did this for me. Additional info. Tmux info. Interesting. We do see some of these characters here. We see K end. Where's K Hum though? Oh, here we go. K Hum 5. But where does this come from? Probably from TermCap? Terminal Capability Database. Didn't it say it was in Etsy? Yeah, so there's probably a place to get these, but I don't know yet. Find a place to populate these. Surely there's a database somewhere. But until I need this, I can probably just get by with this. But Tmux info did show useful things here. What is term right here? Xterm 256, Tmux info. Did that change anything here? No, we do get the escape sequences, which is kind of nice, but I suspect this list will actually be pretty short because I really only need to handle specific keys that I care about, hopefully. Like the arrow keys. And the arrow keys with control held down. And particularly the ones that I'm worried about right now are alts with the arrow keys pressed down. Oh, it ran out of screen space, that's why it crashed, it's fine. Those are way different than what I expected. Actually, these are completely different than what I got in the other terminal. Wait a minute. So this is left, up, right, down. And here we get left. Oh, this is K left 5. Okay, fine. That's fine. This is okay. Let's be honest, software engineer is greater than data science. You're just being nice. Yeah, Perry. Or Pari, or however you want me to. P4E? However you want me to say your name. Yikes. AJ, well, that's what we're going with. AJ asks, what am I doing? I'm working on a text editor. I'll give you the TLDR of the text editor. It doesn't do much right now, but this screen looks flashy. This is the color support that doesn't do anything yet, but those are the colors that it'll eventually do. You can edit text. You can press some buttons and stuff and scroll around and go to the beginning and the end of the line. But it does a bunch of stuff. It's a text editor. I'm working on improving it, but there's some key combinations that it doesn't support yet. So today I'm working on handling the key combinations there. So I'm working on making control home and control end work, which are translated into this khom5 and kend5. But I need to make those work. And in order to do that, I needed to do a bunch of research, which chat hopefully helped me out with, around parsing escape sequences in order. And so this code parses an escape sequence, and I'm doing my own translation of the various keys to the actual values that I want here. Yeah, so I'm doing control and we'll do control home first, and then I'm going to do the arrow keys next, because that'll solve another thing that I was working on. So I have a test which should be failing right now. Is it control home? Yeah. So this currently is spewing this escape sequence, and I wrote this function to handle the escape sequence, and we can do this here. Did the music stop, or is it just quiet? Oh, it's just quiet here. I see. Get rid of all of that. Key.wch. Gotta adjust all of these function calls here. Probably going to break a bunch of my tests if I screw up any of these, but that's why we wrote tests. Oh, this should be key.key. Dang it, I gotta fix those other ones up there. Make sure the tests still pass, or the old tests still pass. I like your music. Where can I find it? Oh, AJ followed. Thank you for the follow, friend. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I missed that. My playlist is listed in the description. Here's where we are in the middle of it right now. And it looks like my tests are very much failing. Name line after there. Undefined name, key name. Right. Key name. Actually, I could just do key, probably. That'll give me all the information. An integer is required. Got type stir. This should be key. Is this why people are asking for a switch statement in Python? You can kind of simulate switch with a dictionary. Actually, that's what this is. This is switch. This dispatch dictionary is just switch. It's a mapping from integers to functions, and so I just call the functions. What was this here? Abnormal exit. Did we get a stack trace? We did get a stack trace. 503. It should be key.key. At what point does it make sense to use a dictionary instead of LF? I don't know. I don't have a good rule of thumb. In my case here, oops, dispatch. I have 3 of these dispatch dictionaries. This one has 10, 12, or like 10 entries. This one has 4. This one has just 3. I don't know. It made the code cleaner to do it this way. It's significantly faster always to use the dictionary than it is to use an if statement. I guess, well, you could have function call overhead, which is higher than the branch. So maybe at like 1 or 2, it might be worth it to use an if statement. But if you're going for speed, dictionaries are going to be your friends. Okay, so the current tests are passing. That's good. But we want to get our control home test passing. Which is fine. We have this unknown khom5. It's no longer spewing the escape sequence, so that's good. So we just need to handle that in our dispatch key mapping. Yeah. So this will be khom5, which will be go to top or something like that. And call it control home. Let's see, home and end. Control home self, margin, lines, just list of stir to none. And this one is easy. We just we set x to 0. And we set the cursor line and the file line to 0. So this will, if we open this up and scroll down a bit, if I do control home, it should take me to the very, very beginning of the file. Control N should go to the end of the file, but we haven't implemented kn5 yet. And that should make that test pass. It does. So now we need to implement control end. Let me make a test for it first. Should just copy paste this. And so if we look at how Nano does this, control end takes me kind of like to the middle of the file, it seems, independent of where I'm at. It's always like cursors at the middle of the screen, and I don't necessarily like that. I would rather I forget how to scroll in Nano. Scroll up one line without scrolling the cursor. Meta minus and meta equals, or meta minus and plus. Meta minus. So I would like if it ended up here. Because now, like, page down doesn't do anything. Oh. Oops, I went to a different tab. There's an edge case here that I just noticed. Oops. if I press Control End and I'm already at the top of the bottom screen, it doesn't re-scroll. So I'll need to handle that as well. But anyway, that'll be that behavior here. Why exit main instead of just main? Yes, I can show you. So every script that I write looks exactly the same at the bottom. They always start with this, if main. So you have a main function, which I usually return integer from. If main equals main, exit main. This is the code that I usually use, but if we don't do exit main here, we just do main. Let's say if this we make a main function like this which returns values, which should be the exit code of the program. Hey, what's up, Flower Mob? Thank you for the follow. Then X directory. This file. So if we hi equals 1, Python 3, Python 4. We're living in the future, friends. It printed oh no, and we should have gotten an exit code of 1, but because this script terminated without exiting a code, we get an exit code of 0. But if we do this, now the exit code from this function is returned for the full program. And this is, at face value, this isn't so useful. Like, sure, like it enables you to return codes, but you could have just done this here instead, and like exit 0. But then it makes it slightly harder to test. So let's say return 0. Let's say that I wrote a test here. Test main with hi set. Simple PyTest, assert main is equal to 0. This is a successful case. Sys dot everything is fine. So that's this should be without. So we write another test with it set. This should have it's not fire in here. In this case, it should return 1, and we should get oh no. But because this returns a value instead of exiting the program, it's much easier to test the return value of this function here. Virtual here, and do. If we were to run these tests, you can see that they pass. But doing exit here, you can do exit here, and I can show you how you would test that as well. So now these tests should fail with system exit, but you can catch that. Import PyTest though. Oh, come on. Surely I will type it right. PyTest.raises system exit as exception info. Just call main. It's a little clunkier here, but it should do the same thing. That should pass now. Except I instinctively wrote exit 1 here. That was just to show you that the test can fail or whatever. So you could write it that way, and then you would do it like this. But I prefer to return values here, that way I don't have to do this dance around exceptions and stuff. And it keeps every one of my scripts consistent and easier to type annotate. Oh, you would also change this to no return if you're dealing with the typing annotations. Typing import no return. No return is to say that this function either blocks indefinitely or always raises an exception. And so in this case, exit always raises system exit. MyPy doesn't actually do checked exceptions, so it doesn't necessarily know. Well, it knows that this is a no return function and this is a no return function. So it checks no return, but it doesn't do like checked exceptions. But anyway, that's why I do my scripts in that way. It also makes it consistent, so every single one of them is exactly the same. MyPy. Yeah, these type annotations are... MyPy is a tool that you could use to type check these annotations. It's one of many type checkers. It's the most popular one. It's also, in my opinion, the one that's the least broken. But it's also pretty broken, so they're all kind of shitty, but they're getting better. And I use them when I can, so I'm happy enough with what they're doing now. But hopefully that helps. I've been meaning to like write this up in like blog post form at some point, or like short video that explains all this, but I haven't gotten to that yet. But there's also an extension to this. If we put it back to how it was before. There's also an extension to this using argparse that makes this easier. So do argv is optional sequence stir equal to none, and then set up an argument parser. If args.foo equals that, sure. Then we don't need OS anymore. And so this would make it so you could do assert main with no arguments, or say with foo set to y. You can pass arguments in like this, and so there's a couple subtle things going on here. The first is that we set argv to none by default, so this invocation down here passes in none, and so when argv is none, it gets passed into parseargs as none, and parseargs knows that when this is none, it will use it'll use sys.argv1 slice forward. So this will take all of the arguments except for the program name, and then it'll parse those properly. But if we explicitly pass in a sequence of arguments here, then it'll use those, and so it's easier to test that. Nanocurrency. No, nano text editor here, but yeah, I do know about nanocurrency. While we're talking about it, why not do from future import annotations? The first reason, or perhaps the only reason that I have not to use it, is I currently target Python 3.6, and annotations is new in 3.7, or the double under annotations, double under future annotations is new in 3.7, so I would use it. But then when I run my files, I would get a syntax error. But in 3.7 or 3.8, it works. But obviously I don't have PyTest installed, but it doesn't syntax error at least. And even in my fake Python 3.10, it also doesn't syntax error. I precompiled Python 3.10 because it breaks the world, and just because the version number gets longer. So I've been working on trying to fix that. So I made a Flick8 plugin that does that as well. Flake 2020. So if you want to check out the impending doom that is 2020 with Python, with 3.10 becoming a thing, there's a bunch of common mistakes that cause sadness. I've already fixed a lot of the core packages that have problems here, like pip and virtualenv and setup tools have all gotten fixes for this, but it's definitely a thing. Anyway, that's another tangent. But wow, I'm actually surprised that Googling this led me to something that was helpful. So it's good to hear. Okay, so now I need to work on... What was I doing? Oh, I was working on the behavior for control end. And I had already started writing it. Cool. So there's two behaviors that I want to capture. I want to capture pressing control end when we're not on the last page. Actually, that's a good point. What does Nano do there? Yes, this has pages. We scroll up more. And I press Control End here. Okay, if we're on the last page, we just don't page at all. That's good. So we need to test when we're on the last page and we're not on the last page. And that's the two edge cases here. But the first is just to run Control End and then assert the behavior. We kind of want... Like, I want it to show like 3/4 of a page at the bottom. Nano does a half page, but I don't really like that. So our cursor position should be 3/4 of the way down the page and on the last line. So we should expect the last line to show up. So the last line should be line 9. And height is 4. Let's set the height to 5. So if we have 5 high, 5 high. So we have 1 for the header and 1 for the footer, and then if we divide this into fourths, let's make it 6 high. Six high. So we have 4 lines here, so we should expect the line to be y of 0, 1, 2, 3. Wait, cursor position, x equals 0, y equals 3. And the line above the cursor should be this, so h dot get screen line is what we want. We should be on line 2, should be line 9. Should have the text line 9, I realize that sounds weird. Okay, so that's that test. Hey, what's up, Sundriel? How's your day going? What is that emoji? It looks great. It's like a worm that's saying, ah. Here, have a Python. Okay, so this test should be failing now because I haven't implemented it all. Oh, we're not in the right folder. It's a sweet Python emote. Yeah, it's a pretty good Python emote. Cool, so we have unknown key, which is fine, so we can start fixing that. Control end, margin lines, stir to none. So this cursor line should be len of lines -1. It's always the beginning of the line, so that part's easy. The cursor line should always be there. That part's easy. But then we need to figure out where the file line is. I think it's this minus this times 3 divided by 4. Integer divided by 4. The 3/4 of the way up a screen from the cursor line. Although that could go negative. Yeah, so let's show it going negative just to be thorough. What is this file? Sure. This should be enough. Control end. Yeah. Index out of range. Yeah, because it set the top line to negative. In fact, I bet if we do a couple more lines, that would make it not go negative. Yeah, there we go. So it's displaying the bottom of the file at the top. It's all sorts of messed up. At least the cursor stays in bounds, but it's just kind of a little wacky here. Oh, that was weird. Dual cursors, it's a feature! Probably write a test, because this test probably passes. And by probably passes, it definitely fails. Okay. What did it fail on? Waiting for cursor to reach 0, 3. Oh, I was off by 1. The test is just the wrong number. I forgot to account for the header. So, header, footer, 4 lines, it should be... Oh wait, no, that's... No, the test is right. Code is wrong. It's close, but it's wrong. So body line should have been 4. Times 3 should be 12. Why is it off by 1? The math seems right to me. I guess I can reproduce this case and then debug it. Whatever, close enough. Shrink this down to a height of 6 and then control end. It is off by 1. Not edit this window. But I do have a way to actually put a debugger here and 6. Oops. Testing, debug, babi, F. Then control end. It's at a breakpoint now. And then I can attach to the debugger here. Cursor line is 9. So we should be up 3 lines from line 9. There are 10 lines. Why does this seem right but off by 1? Maybe the drawing code is off by 1? It doesn't seem correct though. Ugh. Alright, let's look at the drawing code. Oh, we're not at a breakpoint here. Get rid of that. That. Okay, for the number of the lines displaced, we minimize the length of the lines minus the file lines. So this is 10 minus 6. So it should display 4 lines. Or minimum of body lines, so 4 or 4. So it should start by displaying line 6. Okay. I'm gonna put a -1, feel bad about it, and continue with my life. I don't want to think about this. So that should make the test pass. Close enough, I guess? Nope, still not passing. Oh, because I have the breakpoint still. Whoops. +1, sure. Okay, now it passes. But I should add another test for it going negative and going out of bounds. Test resize. So I had the same bug for resize. I need to also do it for control end. Test control end does not go negative. Oh, this will just be handled by it already being on the last page, maybe? Maybe I don't write this test yet. Maybe I write the other test. Control N already on last page. So what I need to do is I need to set up a file where I scroll down once and then I do Control End and make sure it doesn't scroll again. Let's copy paste this. Height of 4. If I scroll down once, twice, 3 times. Oh, I have to scroll down a lot to get there. Let's get it where it scrolls just once to get there. And call that good. Height of 7. That's still 2 scrolls. Okay, that's 1 scroll. And that's the bug. Okay, so what is the height here? 8. Okay, so we press page down, we wait for the cursor to get to this position, and we wait for the text to be there, and then we press Control End, and that should only update the cursor position to x equals 0 and y equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Whoops. Okay, so that should be a failing test now. Okay, so now I need to do some math. Hey, what's up, the Gel Mega? Haven't seen you in a while. Still haven't found a better language. Yeah, I'm still fucking stuck with Python. Yeah, you got me. If the file line is less than the displayed amount. That's right. Bunch of weird logic there that's similar but different. Let's see if the test passes. I want to control end. Not control home. Does not pass. The output looks right though. I probably just goofed up the assertion. I forgot to update the assertion after it. Okay, so that in theory works now. Let's see what coverage has to say about this. And the rest of the test suite, to be honest. But seems promising. I think I solved the key press problem. 465. That is currently always true. Oh, because we never test the case where we just press escape. What does that currently do right now? Unknown keys. So we'll add a test for that. But eventually I want escape to enter a command mode where it'll put like a little terminal at the bottom. Kind of like them. But until then, do we have a test that just tests unknown key? We don't really. Kind of like Nano, but Babby. Yeah. I guess it's kind of like this test here. Test unknown. Test escape. Key behavior. I'm not sure when the last time I watched the stream, but meanwhile I'm in Bulgaria for my job. Oh, nice! Yeah, you were talking about that. It's been quite a while since you've been on stream, but I recognize you. I remember you. Dello Fecco says, "Hey there, you got me hooked on PyTest and static typing the other day. My life's so much easier. Cheers." Interesting. I didn't know that oh wait. When was this? Oh, you were in the chat of the stream I was on. I remember now. Yeah. Write some tests. Type your code. Yeah, I remember now. But good to hear that I was a positive influence. I'm actually writing tests right now. Getting hooked on static typing. Static typing is a basic feature a good language should have. Yeah. Yeah, that's a yikes from me, dog. It's very true, though. It's embarrassing that Python had nothing around that for a long time. Pre-commit changed my life, but spelled differently. Yeah. Cool. So that should cover that test, and that should make coverage happy again. Alright, what are all these test files? What do you do? Oh, I was messing around with MyPy. Okay, don't need that anymore. What do you do? Oh, I was talking about the various type annotation types. Don't need that anymore. What do you do? Oh, you're like my keypress program, but crappy. We don't need you anymore. But you are useful. I will keep you around. Oh, I didn't add the... Oh, I did add it here. But I will also put 25 here. I have to admit, Python has some nice features. Yeah, that's probably why I continue to write it, despite not necessarily liking it all that much. Is there a good way for me to ignore this file? If I call it double_main.py, it'll get ignored. If I put it in the talks directory, that'll make me delete it though. So I want to keep the file around, but not. That's the file with a tab. This is that. Okay, let's see if we pass our coverage mark this time. If name, doubler name equals main is still ridiculous though. Yeah, how does Ruby do this? Ruby command line script. I'm sure Ruby does the same thing, right? Surely. This is just the model scope. mean, int main is kind of wacky too. Ruby importable script. Int main is fine, yeah. It's very confusing for newcomers, though. I remember, like, trying to explain, well, why does it int main? Why is it void? Like, what? It's fine. It's explicit. Anyway, I'm sure there's an example in Ruby, but we need a from future import main. Yeah. I guess it's the first thing they teach in some classes. We taught variables before we taught scripts, and well, not scripts, but tools and things that you would build. We didn't actually give people compilers until like week 2 or 3. The only weird thing is that int main doesn't need an explicit return. Yeah, that's true. Can't we just monkey patch it? Yeah, we could. Aaron, have you seen my terrible, terrible thing? Actually, let me just demo it before I show you. I made a terrible thing. First, let me become Python 2, not 2.8. That's a different joke. Oh, another Stack Overflow answer. I should have just Googled that. Yes, I know I have seen this before, so... I have seen this before. It's uncommon, because Ruby keeps things separate. That's fair. So, just to show you, this is Python 2, and it does not support f-strings. Definitely does not support f-strings. It's a syntax error. But if I make this file with this special comment at the top, and then so just to confirm, still doesn't work. Future encoding problem, whatever. But if I install this tricky module called future f-strings, suddenly Python 2 supports f-strings. Using a very sneaky encoding comment here, which causes it to rewrite the source. It's magic, but it is a way that you can write your own future commands, or future imports, or future features. But very sneaky. I'll let you check it out. But it's a fun hack. It's a very fun hack. Hey, what's up, JL? How's your day going? We just got the thing done that I first wanted to get done. Which is getting sequences working for actually, now that I look at this, I think there's not much use for this name tuple here. It's kind of nice. Well, it's kind of gross that I had to rewrite all of... why is it not letting me scroll properly? Well, there we go. It's kind of not nice that it's really unclear what I changed here, when I could just have these 3 variables be the result of this. And that would have been easier to understand. But whatever, I'm just going to leave it. Maybe an improvement, maybe worse. Implement control home and control end plus escape sequences. Why are the hooks just now installing? That's weird. Maybe I cleaned them at some point. Alright. Can't uninstall stuff while things are installing. So it locks because it knows this is doing stuff. And it unlocked when it was done. Oh, MyPie's mad. Here we go. 459. Oh. Right, so this get WCH function can return both int and stir. Then, so the gel mega, what's actually happening there is it's not compilation, it's an encoding. It's not exactly, it's a hack. It's very much a hack. This encoding is like, instead of saying UTF-8 here, you would put this encoding here, and a side effect of this encoding is rewriting the source. It isn't actually the language supporting this, it's just like a hack that happens to abuse encodings to kind of look like the language is looking at this comment. But it's the same mechanism as the source encoding stuff. Okay, so the reason MyPie is mad, or all of these errors are mad about the same thing. It's mad about this returning both integer and wide char. Still, comments should be comments and nothing else. Yeah, that's fair, but like, preprocessor directives are the same problem in like C, and like, what other languages have comments as code? I mean, annotations in Python are comments. Those kind of influence the code. Oh, fake future import. Yeah, that's a big like, kind of a comment, but kind of not. I mean, macros in any language are kind of executable comments in some ways. I don't know. At least the preprocessor directives have specific syntax that isn't a special comment. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. PHP could do it, Python can't too. Yeah. So this if statement here is it looks like it's insufficient for MyPie to know that it's a string here, even though we definitely know it's a string here. We could do is instance. That should get rid of one of these errors. Yeah, so that gets rid of half of these errors. Both left and right operands are unions. That's not true. That's not true. We've narrowed the union here. How much more are you going to do today? Probably another hour or more. I have another like mini feature, and then I might start working on PyFlakes instead. There's like one little thing in Babi that I can do with arrow keys that I've been meaning to do, but I didn't do. Cool, see you in a little bit. I have to get a drink of water pretty soon too, because I'm out. Okay, so we narrowed this union. This error message is slightly wrong. Do I report the bug? Maybe. Microbug in hinting about plus and unions. This is super, super minor, but slightly incorrect hint output for a narrowed union. I'll make a minimal reproduction. So we'll have a function which returns a union of int and stir. Wait, what the fuck? Why? Why is this different than my output? Maybe there isn't a bug. What if left and right operands are unions? It's this line, right? 459? Yeah. Right, you have to type annotated, otherwise MyPy won't check it at all. That's very weird, because this is exactly the same. Whatever, I guess I'm not reporting a bug. Not a bug. Or I don't have time to figure out what's wrong there. Hey, what's up, Jessica Crow? How's your day going? Good, good. That's good to hear. Mine's going all right. I'm fighting with MyPy, but I'm doing good. I'm glad chat helped me out earlier because I got very stuck on some complicated keyboard input delay stuff, but chat found the answer for me, and so now I have some. This one special line of code saved me so many hours of time, which is good because I probably would have like burned out and just stopped streaming, but they fixed it for me, so I'm doing great. I'm working on a text editor that I myself have written from scratch. It doesn't do much so far. Here's the couple things that it does. It has a color test, but it doesn't actually use any of the colors yet. There's a color test. He's rewriting Nano, yeah. But it can open files and you can like scroll around and stuff, and like it has some keyboard shortcuts. You can enter text and like new lines and delete and stuff. You can't save yet, but it's a thing. It kind of works. My eventual plan is to replace my usage of Nano with Babi, which is what I'm calling my text editor. But that's the TLDR. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. I've done only a very, very small amount of this this stream. Babi is for noobs, yeah, just like Nano is for noobs. Babi is also for noobs. Oh, did you resubscribe, JL? Is that what that notification that I'd missed? I swore you were in the chat earlier, but not subscribed. Hey, what's up, Jessa? Thank you for the follow. I'm doing well, as I said before, but I will say it again. I could have sworn you were further up in the chat. Such little delay. Yeah, I'm streaming in low delay mode, which is pretty good. How does this work? Dashboard? How do I not show my stream key is the real answer. Channel settings, latency mode, low latency, better for near real-time interactions with viewers. Hey, what's up, Kiwi Shock? Hey! It's an aggressive hey right there. But yeah, low latency mode's pretty great. And since I'm not streaming like games or whatever, it maintains the content pretty well. And I mean, I'm streaming a terminal, so what else are you gonna see there? But yeah, it works out pretty well. What was I doing here? Real life experience. It's like I'm sitting next to you. Look around, make sure you're not here. One of these days, one of you is going to show up at my house, and I'm going to be very confused. So I'm going to accidentally show where I live one of these times. It was emotions, not aggressive. I see. Well, thank you for the emotion then. And you can probably hear the lawn people outside. They're blowing their leaf blowers. Not much I can do about it. Is there an unget WCH? 3 curses. This is a tutorial. I really hate that. So I often Google like Python 3 and then module name. But for curses, for whatever reason, it shows up with the tutorial first and then the module docs second, and I never want the tutorial. I always want the module docs, but maybe I should just put this on here. Oh, that's not how that works. Add page? There we go. Since I click on this enough, I'm just gonna add a bookmark here. Unget WCH. Push CH to the next. Yeah. Is it screen.that? Curses. No. I don't think this is possible though, so I'm not gonna bother trying to test it. Wait, where did you put low latency mode on? So if you go to, oh no, this is gonna start playing. Settings, that was not it. Creator dashboard, and then settings channel, and then it's right here. So in the channel settings. Curses is fun. I make a lot of random stuff in it. Fun is maybe one way that I would describe it. It's been, I don't know, it's been both a blessing and a curse. Like a lot of this, a curse. Shit. A lot of the stuff it's made a lot easier, but there's also like a lot of weird stuff that I haven't quite figured out yet. Like I spent today figuring out why. I guess I can show you, right? Workspace, babi. So if terminal is screen, for instance, I have this little helper script here, which like when I press keys, it shows up here. Home and end, for whatever reason, show up as their escape sequence instead of what I would see if I was doing xterm. So if I do home and end here, I get the actual key code result back. So I have to do some like special parsing to make it render properly. So that's what I spent a bunch of time today, like figuring out the right way to do. But I mean, every other part of it has been pretty useful. Like I don't want to interpret all of these terminal TTY sequences myself, so that part's at least helpful. I have that problem as well. Make some code work on some terminals and fail on others. Yeah, I'm currently working around it with this like wacky loop right here, where I'm detecting escape sequences and then building up the full sequence and then comparing it against a list of known sequences. Which currently I just have home end and control home and control end. But I'm sure as I work on more terminals and more keyboard shortcuts, I'll run into more of these problems. Let me make sure my test still passed before I try and commit again. Kind of the cool thing about how I'm setting up my text editor is I have a full test suite for it. And the way the test suite works is there's this kind of neat library, which I don't know how to pronounce. I think it's pronounced Hecate? Hecate? I don't know. But there's this neat library called Hecate. I assume it's after the like Greek mythology or whatever. Or is it Norse mythology? Greek mythology, okay. Goddess of witchcraft, sounds about right. Hecate! Yeah, that's my my guess at it. But what it does is it spins up tmux in the background and then interacts with the backing window, so you can like send keys to it and then assert what the output looks like. And so I've written a bunch of tests that utilize that. It's been working pretty well for me. But the thing that I spent the last almost 4 hours working on is making control end and control home work. Hecate, something like that. I don't know. There's like YouTube pronounce this. How to pronounce Hecate. Oh, this says Hecate. So I could be right myself. Oh, this says Hecate though. Shakespeare's English, it's often pronounced Hecate or Hecate. But then there's like these YouTube pronounce.
Pronouncenames.com.
Yeah. Am I gonna say it? Hecate. That one's even more aggressive.
Do we have the correct pronunciation?
Oh, shut up. Anyway. I once googled Greek gods' names to name my game engine, and it turns out almost all of them are in use by something. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Hecate. Yeah, that would have been... I could see that too. I knew it was Greek, so I knew it was not what I would expect. Man. The lawn people always interrupt my stream. Every Saturday. I don't pay for them, my landlord does, but they come by. It's absolutely necessary too, because there's this giant pine tree that looms over my house, and it just drops needles all year round, and so there's always like a million pine needles everywhere. And so basically their weekly job is to scoop up all the pine needles and put them in the compost bin. This actually resolved an issue. 6. And if I push this, it should auto-close this issue. Right? Yeah? No? Hey, there we go. I've solved one thing. Oh, this screenshot is out of date. But the next little thing that I wanted to work on is in Nano, if you open a bunch of files and you do Alt and the arrow key, it cycles through the files. But you can close them all manually one by one. in Babi, it doesn't know about these key combos because I had the same problem with escape sequences as I did with Control Home and Control N. So I need to implement these as well. Currently G and H. Oh, maybe not G and H. That was G and H. Oh, just G and H. Wait, Control G and H. That's what it was. G and H allow me to navigate through the files, but I want it to be Alt arrow key like Nano. So we need to run my little escape sequence detector thing again. The term equals screen. Okay, so we have Alt right arrow key. Go away. So this should be meta right, I think. This should be meta left. I hope that's how Tmux does this. Right. And it should fail right now because it doesn't know about this key combination, which is exactly what we see here. So let's see what it's supposed to be. KRIT5. Oh, that's Control arrow key. This is Alt arrow key. So Alt right is 3C, which is KRIT3. Then I need to do the same for left. That's Control, I want Alt. I might as well do the other arrow keys while I'm here. So Alt up is 3A. And I'm gonna guess this is 3B. It is. Okay, this should be K left 3. K rit 3. So now it should work. It does. Cool. I also want to add like the number here so you have a hint on which file you're on. Oops. Because Nano does that. Like it shows you it's file 1 of 3. I want to put it in the top right corner though, instead of the top left. Also, really annoying thing about Nano is if you open like 100 files, you have to close each of them one by one. I eventually want a way to just quit all of the files at once, because I don't think there's a way to do that other than Control-Z backgrounding and then do kill %1. Hey, what's up, Zadak? I'm working on my text editor, which I'm working in particular about managing multiple files. There's also, did I set bang today? I did. Interpreting terminal escape sequences and refactoring. It's really nondescript. But I think my test should pass right now. Egg info, yeah. So egg info, despite... Oh, what the fuck? Thought I fixed this. I'll explain egg info in just one sec. Oh, I forgot the brackets here. So the reason there's an egg info file there is... What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, this is capital K. Oh, because I fucked it up. Okay, so egg info. We already have an X and a Y, so we're switching to Z now. If you have a setup tools file and you install it, one part of running setup is it runs egg info to build it from source. But normally it runs that in temporary directory, so if you do pip install dot, you don't see that egg info left around. So there's no egg info here. But if you editable install with -e dot, then you end up with an egg info directory. Still no idea what egg info is. So it's metadata about the package itself. It contains a few little things in here. So if we just edit all of them. First is dependency links, which is the old egg way of saying where you would acquire your dependencies from. It doesn't get used in modern Python, or it shouldn't get used in modern Python. Sometimes it does. Then there's package info, which is just metadata about the package itself. Tells like your version, dependencies, and everything else. I have no dependencies here because I just made a very simple file. Then there's sources.txt, which tells which files get installed so that it knows how to uninstall them later. Setup.py is kind of a special snowflake here because it won't get uninstalled. Top level.txt, I don't remember what that one does, but anyway, it's a collection of metadata. And in fact, if you install stuff, there's a directory, no, not bin, I went lib. There's this dist info, which is the not precursor, but the predecessor of egg info, I guess, which contains a lot of the same information, but it actually gets installed with the package, and it's how pip knows that things are installed or not. But yeah, it's packaging info. The egg part of it comes from the legacy Python distribution type called eggs, which are basically zips of executable code. Eggs have largely been superseded by wheels, which are also zips of code, but they're less special. Eggs, you would actually run the zip itself or you would import from the zip itself, and so you would basically plop a file in a directory and that would cause it to be executable. Wheels are typically unzipped into a directory, although you can still execute them, but people tend not to. Oh, this test is still failing. Timeout while waiting for file C to appear. So what did we do here? Oh, this should have been left, not right. Right, because I replace H with right and G with left, but here I did G with right. Cool. use meta right and meta left to switch between files. So one thing that I want to do beyond that is to display the file number in the top right. So let's see if I can make that happen. So header currently just knows about the file, but it also needs to know about the index and the index and the number of open files. Which means I need to give it this information and this information. Which is a little unfortunate. So my eventual plan for how I want the header and footer to work is they won't be rendered every time. And so I, in theory, will be able to just render the header out here. And it'll only get rendered when specific things change, so like when the file becomes modified or when the window resizes. Those should be the only cases inside of edit that it actually redraws. But for now, I'm redrawing it every time anything changes, so it's a lot of work. But in order to do this line length thing, I need to pass through the header information. Oh, I wonder though. Yeah, because we construct a header out here, or inside here. I wonder if we could construct that elsewhere. Just pass it in. This is the only usage. Yeah, like just pass in header instead of passing in file. That's an idea. Let's do that. Header equals header. Pass file I and length of files. Now we have the state here, and so I should write a test for this first. I'm finally getting further with my language, made some big breaking changes, and finished them today. Interesting. Just noticed something, my IL bytecode should compress very well. Yeah. You might want to switch to variable length encoding if almost all your bytes are null. Interesting. Highlighted section is the start of the magic bytecode. Oh, I see. Yeah, so this is all bytecode here. Cool, cool. Maybe like this? Who knows? Hey, what's up? Oh man. Burgez Gnadam. It's gonna be how I'm gonna pronounce that. Hope your day's going well. Sorry I butchered your name. Thank you for the follow though. How does Nano do it? Kinda like that. Kinda like the brackets. What if it were curly braces? Yep, as in, yes, I butchered your name. I'm just gonna call you Adam, if that's okay. Do I want to do square brackets or do I want to do curly braces? I think I'm gonna do square brackets. Problem with this is these file names are gonna be really long, so this will force me to handle the file name thing. Maybe I put it on the left. I guess I can play around with it. The position of the text isn't important, just that this is here. I guess file A shows up, so clearly it's short enough to show up. What does Vim do? E173, 2 more files to edit. Why is that an error? Interesting. Wait, I thought I only quit once. 1, 2. I only quit twice. Why did it not take me to the third file? How do I switch between files? How do I switch between files in Vim? When editing multiple files, it's necessary to switch from one file to another. That can be done easily using a mapping rather than entering a command. Prefer to work with buffers. Where's the default? What's the defaults? I guess this is BN and BP. Whatever. I'm not Vim. :E file name. That'll open up a new file name, right? Or does that switch to... Okay, I guess that works. Thank you. So Vim doesn't display at all how many files are open. So that's fine. Okay, so we move to the right, we should see file 2 of 3. 2 of 3. And then we move to the left, we should go back to 2 of 3, or 1 of 3. And then we wrap around, we should see 3 of 3. Okay. That should be a failing test now. :ls. Is that what it is? Oh. Oh. That's neat. Thank you, UMPS. Learn something every day. GVim shows 1 of 3. Right. Trippy, I was just learning about buffers earlier today. Nice. Odd when things like that line up. Wait. What? What? What did I install if not GVim? What do I have installed? No path found. Can I just uninstall them? Oh, this is probably to Etsy alternatives. So I want to do dpackage dash capital S reblink dash F this. Vim no X. Okay. Makes sense. Vim GTK3. That'll get me GVim, right? Surely. Babi is written in Python and the test suite is written in Python. So yeah, they're both Python. Okay. Give me GVim. Oh, cool. Yeah, it does say 1 of 3. Cool. Don't need that installed though. It's actually called something, when you learn a new thing, you spot it everywhere. Yeah, I have heard of that before. When you learn something new and you see it everywhere. Now that I hear this word, I'm gonna see it anywhere. See it everywhere. Oh no, there's no way. If it's called Bader Meinhof. Bader Meinhof. In fact, you probably learned about it for the first time quite recently. Yeah. Here we go. Bader Meinhof. Hayden NYYY says, hey. Hello, Hayden. Hope your day's going well. Interesting. Is there something special you need to handle big buffers, or just classic Python structures are okay? They're fine. I mean, reading a whole file into memory is not great, but I don't really plan to use this text editor on like gigabyte files. Just call me Hayden. Cool, will do. Yeah, I don't plan to use the text editor on really large files, so it'll have whatever performance problems that other editors have in this space. I am lazily loading files, which will be different than some editors. So like, where's a good example? PyTest is one thing that I work on, So like PyTest has 488 files, and right now if I open them in Nano, it's kind of hard to see. It'll happen really quickly, but at the bottom it'll load all the files one at a time. And so it actually like has read all 448 of these files into memory. So I'm doing that lazily instead because I don't want to load everything into memory. But yeah, Nano preloads all these files. Also, it's really annoying to to load a bunch of files. So the easiest way is to just kill the process. But yeah, Babi loads them lazily. Babi is my text editor. Bader Meinhof phenomenon, part of the Bader Meinhof phenomenon. Definitely is. Yeah, it's very, very recursive. You know, you can get the minimalist developer aesthetic using i3 or i3 gaps. Yes, I totally could. I have not had enough time to play with window managers, unfortunately. But I hear that i3 is all the rage. I just haven't had time to look into it yet. But maybe one day. Until then, I will continue being a noob and use windowed GNOME terminal with slightly askew windows and navigate tabs manually. Sarcastic Dante, are you really creating your own window manager? Or are you making fun of me for creating my own text editor? Just to disturb the OCD, yes, for sure. That's why this window is a different height than the other window. Oh, you are actually, I see. Yeah, not to be confused with i3, the Intel processor. Correct. Or, what do I have? i7? CPU. Yeah, not to be confused with i7 either. Different processor. But yeah. Right, so I want to experiment with how this looks. Let's see if self.n files is greater than 1. Let's see what that looks like. That's not babi. That's nano. Oops. Forgot the F string. Oh, it's off by 1. This should be +1. Let's make this slightly more realistic. That's not bad. I don't really like it though. Hey, what's up, Hayden? Thank you for the follow. Let's see if I can make this right aligned instead. How would I do that? How would I do that? Oh, you didn't get the bot message the first time. Oh, the first time you said Windows, or? I see. Yeah, the Windows. Yeah, the bot's trolling. Don't worry about it. Wait, how did you notice it was a virtual machine? What gave it away? Where's the thing that gave it away? Oh, did I open the browser window? How does the browser window give it away? You can't necessarily know that this is a different operating system. Well, I brought up Task Manager. Ah, yes. Right. I tried very hard to like hide that it's a virtual machine. But yeah, it's VirtualBox. Yeah, hashtag exposed. You got me. Yeah, it's VirtualBox. Yeah, it's easier to play games, and I'm more familiar with Windows, so that's why I use it. Highbrow Linux moment. Excuse me, I don't speak fake nerd. What would be wrong with creating your own window manager? I'm creating my own programming language and compiler for it. Yeah, we're just going down the rabbit hole. I don't think there's anything wrong with creating your own window manager. Definitely, like, the reason I'm making a text editor is to learn more about curses, and so, like, I'm gonna learn a bunch doing that, and I'm sure you're gonna learn a bunch making a window manager and a programming language and compiler and all those other things. I actually want to learn how to make a compiler because I have needed the knowledge to like make a good parser and a good compiler and a good all those other things, but I haven't. haven't learned enough about those yet to do it right. I've written a lot of really bad parsers and really bad compilers, but I want to write good ones. But yeah, I'm not using Windows subsystem for Linux, mostly because I haven't tried to set it up yet, and I hope to at some point. I just haven't gotten there. There's only so much time in the day, and I spend it doing other stuff, so it doesn't necessarily happen. Nano Dash Windows, yeah. That's the other thing, like the host name here used to say VirtualBox, and so I switched it to NanoBox just to troll people, but I wasn't... Apparently I'm not good enough at hiding that it's a virtual machine, but it is very much a virtual machine. This is Chrome on Windows, so... Which is actually kind of hard to tell, like, unless you saw the... Oh, you can't even see. Perfect. The Windows taskbar X and maximize and minimize buttons give it away, but they're hidden behind my camera, so that's pretty good. Heretic, 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 heathen! The man who uses the Windows. Oh, it's also in the FAQ. Yeah, true, Joe. That's I self-owned myself there. I still haven't filled out my FAQ. It's like answer these questions. I did forget that I brought up the task manager though. I only brought it up very briefly. But the games, yeah, that's my current excuse. It's fine. I'm almost as much as a fake Linux user as you. I'm using Windows subsystem for Linux too. I don't know how that's necessarily fake, but it's good enough. Curses. Yeah, Peaky Dicer, I'm working on curses. You had an assignment that used curses? Man, I feel like the assignments at Michigan did not have practical things. I would have loved to have learned curses earlier, but didn't really get around to that, unfortunately, and now I'm just now learning it. Oh no, your name is in Korean, so I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. How to join the open source community. I've never done a contribution before. The easiest way, in my opinion, is to find projects, particularly projects that you use, or large projects, or like stuff that you like working on. Like for example, I'll tell you how I got into PyTest, which is a test runner for Python. It started mostly with me just reporting bugs to the project, so like finding stuff in my day-to-day and figuring out writing up a quality bug report that gives like reproduction steps, as well as like what I expect to see and the versions and all that other stuff, and just like making bug reports. That was probably the easiest first contributions that I made. But then it's pretty easy, and most projects have this. Easy, yeah. Most projects have a tag on their issues that is either like status easy or new contributor or like needs help or stuff like that. And it's often easy to jump into an issue that has one of these and just like do it to completion, work with the maintainers to figure out what they want to see out of the issue, and get a contribution on the table. From there, you can probably expand onwards to larger and larger bug fixes or features or whatever, and eventually, if you contribute enough, people will often add you to their projects. And that's actually how I got involved into the PyTest project. Was I started contributing, and people were like, "Oh, cool. Well, if you contribute enough, like we'll add you to the project." And let's see, contributors. I think I'm in the top 10 now, maybe top 5, top 6. So. I did my first contribution to PyTest in 2017-ish, and then like a little bit in 2018, and then I did a few contributions right where this spike is here, and then I got added to the project, so I've been doing a lot since then. But mostly, I'm slightly positive. I wish I was slightly more negative. I guess I'm probably... Oh. Original author has the most negative. Makes sense, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of how I got into open source and how I contribute to do stuff. Oh, talking about compilers, I tend to hit the lazy button and use Antler. Yeah, I've actually done that before. Oh, what was it for? I made like a toy parser using Antler, but I found that its support for Python was not great, and for a while, I don't know if it's still the case. Antler for a while, the repository got reparented to me. Antler ENTLR for Python 2. Okay, I must have deleted the repository. Yeah, but at some point the Antler 4 repository got reparented to me, and so for some reason I was the owner of the Python 2 runtime for Antler, but not as it should have been. It just happened to end up that way. Why does this have... Oh, because it's ZH. Not... What? 2 years after. Must just not translate well. But yeah, apparently for a while I was the Antler 4 repository. Bruh moment, using Chrome instead of Edge Insider. I actually, my normal browser is Firefox. I only use Chrome for streaming. Mostly because it helps me keep everything separate, so like all of my stream stuff is in Chrome, and all of my like normal web browsing is in Firefox. I'm finally at the stage of life where you have energy and money but no time. Yeah, I know that feel. Hayden's gonna judge every software that I use. What else can you judge? I guess you can judge Pigeon, you can judge Ubuntu, you can judge Vanilla GNOME Terminal, you can judge Nano. What other things do I use that are embarrassing? Windows. Here's a good one. Here's one you can make a lot of fun of. I still use iTunes. That's one that you can make fun of. My background music for YouTube or my background music for the stream is YouTube. You can make fun of that. I use Bash. Yeah, there's another one. Let's see. At work, even if... Oh, Pigeon. Yeah, did I say Pigeon? You can kind of make fun of Pigeon. Pigeon's kind of nice. The Gel Mega, you're stuck with Windows at work. Because you work on games. That makes sense. You can't handwrite a parser. It's easy. I mean, I've handwritten some bad parsers. Never able to get into Python. I stuck with Node and TypeScript. That's fair. Basically the same language. I think I've only ever used the Go target. It was pretty solid, honestly. We ended up shipping the product to prod, and it kind of just worked. Nice. Cool. Yeah, the Python bindings for Antler were bad. Yes, please make fun of my iTunes. Yeah, it's also iTunes on Windows. That's the even better part. It's just like, wow, why would you do that? I also have a physical iPod, if you want to make fun of that even more. I'm not using Vim, not using VS Code. I do have VS Code installed. I occasionally use it on stream, just because people are like, why aren't you using VS Code? And I'm like, look, I can open VS Code. It's pretty good. I actually really like Visual Studio, like the full version. But unless I'm working in like C#, there's not really much reason to use it. Although I did use Visual Studio for Python development for a while, which was actually pretty good, but it was really slow for the code bases I was working on. Microsoft has been doing some really good stuff for developers recently. I'm impressed. I'm also impressed. I think like Microsoft has like pivoted their public image really greatly. That didn't words, but hopefully you get what I mean. What do you think of things like PyCharm? I think PyCharm is great. I actually used IntelliJ for almost 2 years until... Yeah, the reason I used Nano is actually pretty stupid. I was using Eclipse for Python development, which Eclipse is not great. Then I switched to IntelliJ and used that for a year or so. Then I went home for the holidays and did some remote work, and it was just too slow to use, so I switched back to Nano, and then I have been stuck with muscle memory since then. Gotta catch the bus. See you later. Thanks for stopping by, Peaky Dicers. Hope to see you around. Name I. Which code? What is name I? What is this? What is name I? Have I just learned something? Have I just been schooled? Follow a path until a terminal point is found. Interprets its argument as path names to any type of Unix file. Oh. That's cool. That's really cool. It's like ReadLink, but on steroids. Huh. Neat. But yeah, no, it is actually VS Code. I'll show you. Hold on, we gotta wait for Electron to start. But here's an editor and an editor. Unable to watch file changes in this large workspace. This large workspace that has like one file in it. Why is underscore cursors here? I got rid of that. Why is it here? What? What the fuck is going on here? I swear I import more modules than this. This looks like a really old version of Babi. What's going on? Yeah, we have all these modules here. This is... This is a really old version of Babi, but I don't know why it's rendering this as this version. I have an unsaved file open. Yeah. Oh. Had I, like, edited it and then, like... Whatever. Do you want to save the changes? No. I don't want to revert back to years ago. Oh, I see. Okay, so a long time ago when I had done the same thing where I was like, look, I can use VS Code. I probably opened it and then closed it. Yeah. I mean, ReSharper's kind of nice if it works, and if it was faster, it'd be way better. I like the IntelliJ ecosystem and stuff, but I don't like PyCharm. It's not exactly useful. Yeah, I think that's fair. Fuck PyPy while we're at it. Yeah, there we go, sarcastic Dante. We're getting all that rage out. I'm gonna be honest, using v-assist-x at work, still prefer ReSharper. It doesn't turn off suggestions by itself. I'm bravely pasting in your, Oh. Neat. Of course you use Arch Linux. I'm just making fun. It's the joke about like veganism and atheism and Arch Linux. Like, you don't need to ask. They will tell you that they use Arch. But okay, so let's actually try and make this look nice instead of what we have right now. That's not Babi, that's Nano. Yeah, so the reason that I named it Babi is if you look at a QWERTY keyboard and you shift your hand one over to the right, or you shift your right hand over one and you type Nano, it types Babi. That's why it's Babi. And so for a while I had Babi alias to Nano, but now it's alias to which Babi or Nano in case I'm working on my text editor. So that's why it's named funny. Hey, what's up, Brainless Society? How's it going? Aren't we all in a brainless society? Yeah, it's a real sads right there. I tried to use Arch, but I didn't succeed installing it with the Manjaro Architect installer. I see. At least it's not... What's the other one that people will tell you about? Gentoo? I'll judge people about Gentoo. I kid, of course. Gentoo is fine. Yeah, so this is our current behavior. I kind of want this to show up over here. The problem becomes when these file names get really, really long. And then this is off the screen. So I don't want that. I kind of want to like maybe truncate the file name from the left-hand side and then always display this. That's kind of tricky. I'm mostly using PyCharm because of its debugging feature, which can be a huge time saving. Sure, we have PDB and others, but it's not even close to the features in PyCharm. Yeah, that's true. I've gotten really good at using PDB though, so it's the trade-off there. Like the amount of time that I would save with PyCharm's debugger, I feel like I pay it all back by using a terminal editor instead. Like I save a bunch of time not using PyCharm, but then lose time on the debugger, and it evens out where I save more time, I guess. If that makes any sense. I use Arch and I still get fed up of the Gentoo people throwing on the fact that they use Gentoo. Yeah, it's funny. Gentoo is to Arch what veganism is to everyone else. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. What is this screenshot? 100 results for repositories written in Python. Oh, did you like just Google search like Acetylia or something? I don't know how you found that, but probably just this. 99,000 plus code results for this. Why? They copy and paste my... What the fuck? They forked my repo, but it's not a fork. They just stole my Git history. Oh, whatever. How do I get, I guess. Oh, you just clicked on my profile? Yeah. I mean, most of the stuff that I do for work is Python, and so that's what I end up writing code in, but I've spent about as much time writing Python as I have writing C++. What is up with this? Oh. Weird. That looks like a bug. See how it like wraps weird when I... Well, maybe it doesn't happen at zoom 0. Does it happen at zoom 0? Yeah, it does happen at zoom 0. Huh. Who knows? Where do you even see that thing though? But yeah, most of what I work on open source is Python, so it happens. Over 9,000! For C++, you're not going to find a better debugger than the Visual Studio debugger. Yes, Visual Studio's debugger is pretty good for C++. I really, really like it. Oh, go to GitHub and filter by Python. Is that a thing you can do? Language, Python. Type, source. Oh, only 62 that are my repository, although that doesn't include like pre-commit or any of the other things that I've created that are not in my namespace, which I guess isn't that many. It's like pre-commit hooks, a couple other small things. What's your GPU? Oh, 960M. Oh, so you're on like a laptop. I see. Oh wait, dual graphics. I'm confused. 960M is a rebranded 860M, which is a rebranded 760M. Okay, yeah, but anyway, let's try and get this to render properly. I want to somehow right align this text. Wait. This centered like this? That's 16 characters. How many characters is this? 22. What is it centered on then? Oh, this is part of the file name. Right. Huh. So it's centered overall, not centered in this chunk. I guess that's fine. Oh, it's not fine, because I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, I don't want to do the math. That's that's why I'm sad here, is because I have to figure out the math here. So this is not what I want. Oh, I don't want to mess up the centering though, is the other problem. That might get it closer to what I want. That kind of works for that one. It didn't work for the first file though. It really didn't work for the third file. Where did the... Oh, because it's not 3 of 3 at that point. It's close. Not quite though. Still weird to see Python, but with types. Yeah, I think the types are nice. I'm actually really happy with the types. I'm glad that MyPy can give me some sanity about whether code is going to work before I run it. Although I almost never run MyPy before I run it because it's kind of slow. I usually run MyPy as I'm committing the code. What about putting the product/version right justified and the file left justified? Oh, so if I did like... If I did like, well, let's just take this and make a random example. Inverse. Invalid syntax. Why? Oh. Versus. Oh, it's a underscore inverse. Right? Reverse, maybe? Yeah, there we go. So like this, but left justified. So like this. Well, minus a few spaces because I forgot. So like this. Hey, what's up, Brainless Society? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this would be potentially fine. It would certainly be different. And I've kind of gotten used to the current rendering, but it is an idea. Oh shit, my build's failing? What do you mean my build's failing? Oh no. No, 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 why? Of course, it's the control home tests. Oh no, why are these different? It's probably only on Xenial also. Annoying. Well, let me see. Let me take a detour for a second. And figure out why that's failing. Oh, my camera's in the way? Oh, yeah. Let me, this is what it would render as, without the camera being in the way. Hey, what's up, Fragment Shader? Thank you for the follow. Hope it's going well. Here's it not having my camera in the way. All depends on what you want in the title bar. Yeah, it's true. TypeScript is basically what JavaScript could have been. Yeah, that's fair. I think TypeScript is a good idea. I kind of like this centered though. It's the problem. I don't know. If you like centered, go centered. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna stick with what I have ish right now. But just fixing it. So right now it's busted. Basically I need to know, like, if this file name is too long, I need to shorten it from the left-hand side. I'd probably put an ellipsis character there. The problem, then I mean, it's even more of a problem if you shrink it down a bunch. just copy and paste the ellipsis character. And the ellipsis? This is the ellipsis. Enforce 8.3. Yeah. Oh man, that would be... People would really rage about that. What if I... What if I put this on the left? Oh, because I'm pretty sure what happens right now is this truncates off the... Yeah, you just lose the end of the file name, and I think that's the most important. Hey, what's up, omnipotent celestial being? Thank you for the follow. Hopefully you know all of the things. AOC day 1, center the file name in the middle of the title bar. Yeah, that's pretty true. Oh, man. True, spoken in true advent of code fashion. Oh, you probably were around when I did advent of code, given that you've been following since last December. So you probably know my advent of code stuff. Oh man, that was a long time ago. You've been following for a really long time. Oh, you're doing it at the same time. Nice. One version stir plus len files. Oh, plus 2? Oh yeah, plus 2, because there's spaces around it. Let's see what that looks like. Width is not specified. Alright. Oh, it's not bad. Except there's 2 spaces here and there should only be 1. See what it looks like with not many files, or shorter file names. Well, it's decent. I think I just need to get rid of that space there. Hey, what's up, CD Fortes24? Thank you for the follow. Let's see what this looks like. Kind of like that. Let's try it with curly braces. I don't like the curly braces. That's decent. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that. Cror99 says, gotta say, I'm surprised to see someone actively using Nano for anything. Yes. Well, I hope to surprise you with how well I use Nano. But that's one of the other reasons that I'm building my own text editor, is so that you guys can stop making fun of me for using Nano. But one day this will be my text editor, when I get it to be enough features to be actually useful. Right now it can't save, so clearly it's not ready for prime time quite yet, but it does things, and oh, that's interesting. I will just be using homemade Nano. It's gonna have more features. It's gonna do things that Nano won't. Like the the other thing, well, actually, if we rewind completely far back into my original goal, I wanted to be able to highlight parentheses in Nano. And I went to try and implement it in C for Nano, and dear God, was a lot of work. I did not understand like how simple it was going to be, or how complicated it was going to be, but it was quite a mess. So I didn't end up implementing it, and so in theory it'll be easier to implement in my editor because I know where all I know where all the noodles go. Someone once described to me their code as, oh, it's spaghetti code, but I know where all the noodles go. Vim bindings. We'll see. I want to at least make it so you can quit Babi in the same way as you can quit Vim. And so, like, I plan to make the escape key show a command bar at the bottom, and like you can type in stuff down there. But I don't know that I'll actually implement a full like insert non-insert mode. But we'll see. I don't know. But for now, it doesn't quite work there. If you do text highlighting, use the standard TextMate system. I do eventually want to implement text highlighting, but I don't know anything about how TextMate works. Does this make it so I can just import any languages highlighting and it just kind of works? That'd be cool. Hey, what's up, Kruor99? Thank you for the follow. I thought you were gonna do the whole nobody knows how to quit Vim joke. Yeah, I mean, that's actually part of the reason that I want to implement multiple ways to quit. So like, right now if you quit Emacs, which I think is Control-X-C, so if you did Control-X, it would close. To quit Nano, it's Control-X. I just need Vim, which would be escape and then :Q to quit, but I haven't implemented that yet. Also, I think that's how I'm going to implement the really annoying thing that I was showing before. So like if you open 100 files, you need to close them one at a time, and it's really, really slow and annoying. But once I implement a command bar, I'll be able to just :Q and quit that way. Or qbang or whatever, qall. Whatever the Vim command is. VS Code uses TextMate. Okay, so interesting. So I know nothing about syntax highlighting, so presumably I will learn what this does and then go for it. And yeah, if it works, it works. Then first line match. Oh, I was gonna use a different approach for that, but nah. We'll see. Also, please use the JSON version of TextMate, not the XML one. Yeah. You mean this grammar version versus the XML? Is there a grammar? Where's the documentation 2.x? Anyway, yeah, I will have to do research on that at some point, and then eventually roll up my sleeves and implement some text editing or some text highlighting. That's kind of like the last feature that I want before I'll use it as full-time editor. I think that's probably pretty important. Oh right, we were trying to figure out why it's broken in Xenial. Get Nano. What else do we need to install? That's probably enough for now. Oh, I'll need to install Tmux, of course. Probably that Tmux is sending a different escape sequence, and so I'll have to play with that and see what it's sending. Which means I'll probably be able to use my other, what is it called? My other little script. Wrote some TextMate for my language highlighting. I'm so happy VS Code just uses the JSON version. Ah, yeah. So it makes it easy for you to just like add a new language and go from there. That's cool. Sounds good. Just waiting for apt to update so that we can run these tests. I wish Azure Pipelines would just switch to Bionic already. It's like ridiculous. Into Bionic Azure Pipelines. Although maybe I'll switch to GitHub Actions and then I won't have to deal with this. I already +1'd this in 2018. Someone in July is working on it. Maybe I'll play with GitHub Actions if this doesn't work. If I can't figure out the bug here. Although presumably it's actually a bug with babi. Let's see. Curl. I thought XML had better tooling to check CMS. Yeah, but writing XML just sucks. Does babi really have non-ASCII code in it? What is it? Position 4403. I didn't realize I had non... Oh yeah, I know what it is. It's the scrolling. The horizontal scrolling code uses these special characters. Okay, so the key sequence was Control End, which that's working fine. But maybe in screen it's not? That's still working fine. Shit. This should at least show the failure mode, maybe? And if this doesn't fail, I'm gonna be a little bit peeved. Because that'll make it hard for me to figure out what's wrong. Oh, this is failing. Oh, this is failing real good. My goodness. Oh, I forgot to install Tmux. That's what it is. Yeah, my bad. It's kind of important to be able to test if you don't have Tmux installed. Okay, now they're passing. That's good. Anime Lover Zero says, Anthony, you know one thing that I hate that almost everyone does and does not realize? Is it saying the word over and over and over? Because I say that all the time. Is that what it is? Are you calling me out? Am I being called out right now? What is it? Control End. This is the Control End and Control Home tests. So now I have to figure out what sequence they're sending. Oh. dir cp main.py. We're gonna copy that file into the container. Jomega says, gonna go see ya. Thanks for stopping by. See you around. Hope to receive more shit from you in the future. The people who blame others for their own fault because they want everything on a silver platter. Yeah, I don't like those people either. I can agree with you there. Hey, what's up, Deeply Bilson? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. Main.py to this container at temp printcares.py. Hey, what's up? I am Dreamy. Thank you for the follow. Are you dreaming? You use Linux, so I gotta follow. Joke's on you, bud. I'm using Windows. Shit. You make me sad right now. It's too late. You already followed. You can't unfollow. That's the rules. Okay, so this is working. Cute. So tmux, what is it? Double internet. tmux-u-l. That's the list. New session. It's tmux new session -d-x80-y24 dash. Oh, we need to quote this. Shit. -c export term equals screen exec python 3.6 temp slash printcares.py. Is that how that works? tmux, what is it? Capture pane? Okay, cool. So we have our pane there. It's a VM. Abort, abort, abort. Linux is just an app to run on Windows. Yikes. Is it still worth following him? Guess who's using iTunes in 2019 on Windows? Yeah, you can use the bang still command for that. Oh, I gotta. Wow, this guy's being rude to chat. Why you gotta be rude? Mr. Meatball. How do I? Is this the right button? Prevent them from sending whisters. Hosting, friends, no. I don't remember how to use the moderator tools, so. I thought we were bros. We were, bro! We are, bro. Bro. Okay, so this is the captured pane. So if we tmux send keys A, and then we capture, okay, cool. So we see A. If we send control home, we get nothing. Nada. Zilch. Why do we get nothing? Oh shit, that makes it quit. Right. It just dropped that character. Why did you not send this character? I don't know if it's a bug in Tmux or a bug in... I guess I can upgrade Tmux. Tmux, PPA, Ubuntu, Xenial. It's 2.6 and... This one is 2.0 precise. Not gonna use that one. This is 2.7. Xenial backports various. That's 2.5. That's old. God, there's so many choices here. I just want... Here I'll try to keep the latest Tmux available. 288 weeks ago. 1.9. Nope. I wish I could sort by like upload date, because these are ridiculous. Still using something that isn't Arch in 2019. This is why Launchpad sucks. You never get the good stuff. So sad. Yeah. I could build it from source, probably. I maintain a Launchpad PPA. I can spell. Dead Snakes. Which is Python backports. But this one I usually just Google Python Dead Snakes. Let's see. Tmux, Xenial, Ubuntu, backport. Does this guy have a less shitty PPA? Oh, this is how to build it from source. Alright, what could go wrong? See what else we need to build. Libevent dev, package config, automake. Come on, my internet's better than this. Why is it so slow? Let's see chaos. What do you mean chaos? Me building something from source? What could go wrong? Sudo make install. Yeah, that's gonna end well. That's in Docker, whatever. What's up, Johnson McBig? Nice name there, bud. Chaos from building from source in an Ubuntu environment. That's all you need for good chaos. Yeah, it's true. This is so slow. Go faster. I shouldn't have installed Build Essential. There's no way it needs all of these things. Probably just needs GCC, not G++. What am I making? I'm working on a text editor. Currently debugging why my CI is failing. Here's the few things that my text editor does. It's broken! Oh, I haven't committed yet, that's fine. Oops, yeah, 1.1. So there's a color test which shows the syntax highlighting that'll eventually be supported. But doesn't currently do syntax highlighting. but it also can load files, and you can navigate around them. You can press enter, edit stuff. You can't save yet, which is kind of important, but I haven't implemented that yet. But it's a text editor, just doesn't save. But my CI is failing for some reason, so I'm currently building tmux from source. Which is this a Vim rewrite? No, it's a nano clone. Because unfortunately the current editor that I use is nano. But it will have like some features from Vim, which I haven't figured out which ones yet, but some of them. Oops. Configure, I assume it's just configure and make. Configure, make, install. Oh, I should have done just J, something higher. Oh, it failed. Y'all need yak? Is it bison? Is that the package it's in? I think so. Hey, what's up, what? Nyreltsi. That's what I'm going with. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I had a chance to do J5 and didn't. Oh well. Even Fedora seems to have the latest version. Oh, so here's what Ubuntu does, and Debian as well. For a particular release, what do you mean no end curses? I have lib end curses w5-dev. Oh, is this too old? Oh man, you guys got me down a rabbit hole. Oh, so what Ubuntu does, or what Debian does in general, is when they make a release, they freeze the versions, the major and minor versions of the packages, and that's a distribution. And then they will backport security and bug fixes for a certain amount of time, and then only backport security fixes, and then stop updating it at all. And so that's why I don't have the latest version. I know I don't have to build from source. I need to find a PPA, because clearly I'm not going to succeed at building from source. So let me find a PPA. So tmux 2.6 seal. There's Xenial backports. Xenial backports. Nope. Shit. Oh, they have releases? I mean, that's what I was trying to do. Let's do 2.6. Why do they not have minor versions? I could use it through Docker, yeah, but that doesn't help me because I'm checking whether the problem is Xenial or the problem is tmux. Oh, I don't have non-wide curses. Lib and curses dev. Is that what it wants? Oh, look at how the Docker file builds it. True. From Debian. Yeah, these are the packages I have installed. I don't have Clang though, but I don't think that's necessary. It seemed to have worked. Oh, you don't even link curses? How does it work? Yes, I know the difference between 5dev and... Oh, fucking A. Well, I just got spammed by follow notifications. Oh, shit. We're gonna move to subscribers only mode? Man, I don't know how to moderate this shit. What am I supposed to do here? I just got bajillions of follow notifications. Sorry, this is in subscribers only mode. I'm gonna turn off the overlay for a second. Where is that? Browser source? Is it this one? Yeah. I didn't mean to force you guys to subscribe. I'm gonna translate what this text says in chat just because I want to see myself. It's gonna put me on a list. They're continuing to follow, so it says we will protect our homeland. Why is it still making the noise? Fuck. Streamlabs is gonna be so useless. Well, thank you for the subscription, I am Dream I'm hoping that this stops, because holy shit, this is annoying. The Russians are attacking, yes. But hey, I'm gonna have a really high follower count for a short amount of time. This is so obnoxious. Why would they do this? Don't they have better things to do? Oh man, and the audio is still coming through even though I have the thing disabled. How do I do this? Audio input capture, that's that. How do I just make it not make sound is the problem. I guess I can just delete it. I can recreate this later. Or what if I just skip? Oh, there is actually a real follow in all of this. Oh, I can turn off the sound from this dashboard. Okay, cool. Did that. But now my dashboard is completely useless. Thank you, Joey, for the follow. Let's see if I can switch it back into not subscribers only if they've pissed off. Subscribers off. Okay. Think we're good now? Maybe? Maybe we're fine? The Russians went hard, yeah. Can re-enable this now. Okay, alright. Knackle Eric saying, shaking my head, Anthony rejecting his Russian audience. I guess someone was testing their tools. It worked. They protected their homeland, I guess. We will protect our homeland. For Mother Russia. Oh man. We saw your desktop 1 second. Oh yeah, because I pressed the Windows key probably. Oh no, it's probably because I highlighted over a window like this. Mother Russia coming for that Windows booty. Yeah. Capture pane. Okay. I want to send Q. Okay, so the latest version of Tmux, we got that. Let's see if we send control home now. What do we get? Okay, so it's the version of Tmux. So old Tmux does not support sending control home. So the fuck do I do? Do I build Tmux from source in my CI? I don't really want to do that. Maybe I can download a static binary. I don't want to build, I just want to download. Maybe I can put it in my releases. Yeah, we can do that. Make clean. Very late answer, but I do backend web and get by in front end. I see. Yeah, I am also a web developer of sorts. Oh, my chat has stopped updating here, probably because of Mother Russia. Oh, they also just followed and unfollowed in a loop, it looks like. So it wasn't like it was one account, or like 5 accounts making spam. Fucking shitty. People suck. There was like a mark all is red. Oh, I can turn the sound back on now. Okay, cool. Oh, dang it, what the fuck? Are they back? Or did I click re... I might have clicked recycle. Ignore that. Or is it still going? We'll see. If another one shows up. Okay, we'll just disable that. Okay, well, sorry guys. The Russians have won this time. If you follow, I will still see it, but we won't see it on the stream, so sorry about that. Is there an enable static? Create a static build. Sounds like what I want. Enable static and make. QT Wheat says, can you give a small example of how class abstraction works? I guess. I don't write class. Honestly, I don't write classes very often. Let me see if I can show you an example of a class that is kind of that abstracts something away. Basically, the idea behind a class is that it provides some public interface that your code will interact with, whereas like the actual implementation detail is hidden away from you. Here's a not very great example. Here's a simple class that has 2 private, well, not private, they're public here, but it has 2 bits of data, the header size and the footer size, or whether the header is enabled and whether the footer is enabled. And then based on that, it provides some public values about, or these are the only 2 public values. It provides some public values derived from those. So like whether or not the header and footer is enabled influences how many lines of the body will be in view for my text editor. But the page size is also computed similarly to that. Oh, I have to translate now. Are you a Russian taking over? We will protect our homeland. That's so funny. I'm here, I see. Oh, you mean an abstract class, not class abstraction. Let me see if I have an example in the Python code that I have written. Nope. Let's see, I probably have one in C++. Really? Oh, my private repos must not show up? Let's see. I have some abstract classes that are not abstract. Really? That's the only non-implemented error ever in my Python code? Oh, this is gatecrack. Yeah. Here's an abstract class, but I didn't use the abstract machinery for Python because I don't really like it. Yeah, so this abstract import object is a base class that provides some functionality, but leaves some functionality to the subclasses. So in particular, like, it knows how to construct a thing from a string, but it needs to still pass some class stuff along. Hey, what's up, Nay2D2? Sorry the notification's not there. It's blame the Russians. But thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But in this case, like, I have some parts of this that are not implemented. So, like, splitting an import is not implemented because you need to know, like, which import type in order to do that properly. And the text representation is not implemented. But then if we look at our base or our subclasses here, so like an import, so not from imports, implements these 4 members, and then it gets all of the behavior from the base class automatically. I don't really like writing inheritance-based stuff, and so you won't see me do it very often. This is actually some of the oldest code that I wrote. I tend to prefer composition instead. But yeah, it works. Did this succeed? Exited 0. Warning. Using this in statically link requires... Yeah, that's fine. 2 megabyte binary? Could be worse. Docker CP. That seems to work. So then I can just slap this binary into GitHub releases, maybe? Oh, maybe I can just attach the file to an issue. Attach a file. Oh, I need to do that from inside my VM. Oh man, I'm so far behind on chat. Yikes. Let's see. Never dealt with GraphQL. Yeah. I haven't really worked with GraphQL either. I've used it as a client, but not as a server. Fine. I tend to prefer like actual APIs over GraphQL, but I can see why it's easy to get started with stuff. Dream from TPH. What's TPH? TPH. Total petroleum hydrocarbons. Definitely what it is. Hey, what's up, SP24AM? Thank you for the follow. Sorry the notifications aren't showing up. It's the Russians. Let's see if they're still Russianing. I'm gonna turn the sound down, but not the notification. Maybe it's done? No, it's not done. The Russians are still attacking. Oh, that's annoying. That's really annoying. And Streamlabs doesn't seem to have a, like, skip the notification. Oh, I bet if I change this to a 404, and then I change it back to a not 404, then it won't... Oh, I think I can enable it now. Alright. I think I figured out how to re-enable it. Okay, so now we should get notifications again. Until the Russians come again. Let's see. UT-Weed asks, do you use interfaces? Sometimes, and in my Java code, yeah. But I don't think I would in, like, C++. I currently have 2,200 followers. Thanks, Russians. Fucking assholes. That number is so fake. I hope I don't get banned. But it wasn't my doing, so I don't know. Oh, that would be obnoxious. That'd be really obnoxious. GitHub. Oh, I gotta log in. Oh, I got a two-factor. Oh my god, I got an email for every follow notification too. Fuck. My inbox says like 1,000. It's super great. Oh look, a bunch of people started my repos. This is an interesting choice of repos to star. Do you work at Yelp? Otherwise I seen look at the smile on this guy's face. It's great. But yes, if you guys star my repos, I will look at your GitHub profile. I'm also super behind on chat. Let me see. Oh, I was answering, do I use interfaces? No, not really. I do sometimes, but like, I find that, what is it called? Composition is better than inheritance, so I don't really need interfaces all that much. I will use protocols every once in a while, which are like interfaces, but implicit. So it's not as much overhead. Oh wait, did somebody tell me what TPH is? You said join us, but I don't see where I'm supposed to join. What am I looking at? You'll have to tell me again. I'm skipping this part of chat. Sorry. Oh, it's discord.gg/programming. Okay, I'll join this. The Programmers Hangout. Let me open that up. Cool. Alright, I have joined. Oh wait, what is this watchdog thing? Oh, I have to answer a CAPTCHA? Success, you verified your account. Cool. Yay. Okay, cool. Anyway, I joined that Discord. You're welcome. You can't get a ban for that. Well, I hope not. Unless it's obviously my doing. Yeah, the Russians spamming, we must protect the homeland. I should probably add GitHub to my two-factor, shouldn't I? Yeah, well, I was required to add it for work. Did I look at your link? No. Did I look at your link? Your link? What? What was I supposed to look at, Sarcastic Dante? Post it again, because I missed it. Sorry. Isn't that the guy from Full House? Maybe. Oh, did I look at your GitHub profile? Yeah, I always look at your GitHub profile. All the time. Am I welcome to come in here when you stream and ask questions about Python? Sure, why not? I'll answer questions about Python. 36 unique accounts made these Russian comments. Just reported the list of them to Twitch explaining this situation, so I guess they will have any proof that it was not your fault. Cool. Not all heroes wear capes. Thank you, Kiwi Shock. That's great. What are we protecting the homeland from? That's true. Should I make a chat command that's, we must protect the homeland? Been moderating a couple of channels for a while and seen over 500 fake viewers attacked, but Twitch docs state that they don't sanction the streamer as they understand would be other people. Nice. Well, let's make a Twitch command for the Russians. What should it be? What should it be? Taking suggestions in chat. What should be our Russian spam? It's annoying though, because they ruin my stats. Yeah. My follower count is currently super broken. My view count is actually pretty close to being correct. But we just gotta get to the point where the Russians subscribe to the channel. That would be the the real answer. Get them to pay money instead. We will defend our country. Oh, is that what it was? Do I still have the text from it? I do. Is it just Google Translate sucks at translating, or or did they just suck at Russian? We will protect our homeland is a better meme. Should I just do like Bang Russia being we will protect our homeland? Russians are attacking. Oh, how about like Russian attack? How about homeland? Oh, this is dumb. Good meme, but very dumb. I suggest trying to avoid singling out a particular group / country, as that seems wrong. Yeah, that's fair. I think Bang Homeland is pretty good. It doesn't infer that it's Russians, and unless you were here, you won't know. Which means someone has to clip it. Okay, that's pretty good. I like it. Add -p. No. Yes. Oh, it does say command Russians, but it's just the source code. It's fine. Let me grab. This will be our commit message. Oops. Watch me get banned from GitHub. Okay. Why can I not middle click? What is this broken ass browser? Oh, it's Firefox. Azure pipelines. Tmux is too old. Oh, I attach. Oh, it's in like mobile mode. There we go. Why is it not letting me upload the tmux file? It's in temp, right? Is that where I put it? Yeah. All files, there we go. We don't support that file type. Dang it. We can do zip. Zip tmux.zip tmux. Name not match tmux. How do I use zip? Oh, I'm not in the right directory. Zip tmux.zip tmux. Hello, terminal. Oh, because chat showed up here. Yeah, you can see all the chat here. The bot spews to standard out. It's pretty good. Can somebody explain to me why Python is slower than other languages? With my logic, it would be faster because there's less text to read, or is that not how it works? Yeah, that's not quite how it works. The reason Python is, or CPython is slow is because it interprets bytecode at like one at a time instead of compiling directly to like machine code. And so it can be kind of slow. That said, PyPy is pretty fast, and poor sarcastic Dante, who's heading out right now, hates PyPy, so I won't say that too loudly, but thanks for stopping by. We'll see you around. I know I always will. But yeah, that's why it's slower, is because it's interpreted, or at least that's why CPython is slower. PyPy is fast because it just-in-time compiles stuff, so it will take the interpreted code and compile it into faster machine code at runtime. Oh, and you guys all answered that as well. Nice commit. My coworkers are gonna like it. Perfect. What Ubuntu version am I using? I'm using Bionic 1804. So not Xenial, but I'm debugging Xenial because the version of tmux is too old in it for whatever reason. I want to make a Twitch bot, but I never get any views on my streams anyhow. Rip. I made mine on stream, which was actually kind of fun. I wanted to learn how to do async IO. Anthony writes codes, Twitch chat bot. I wanted to learn async IO, so I we must protect the homeland. So I wrote a bot from scratch using async IO, and it was good. I learned a bunch while writing it, but that's how that is. Fuck PyPy. Yeah. TypeScript better than JavaScript, better than Python. That's fine. It's fine. You want async IO, learn JavaScript. Yeah, I think async IO is kind of trash in Python, but don't tell anyone else. I didn't say that. It wasn't me. Okay, so we have this zip attached to GitHub. Hey, what's up? CDO010. Everything's working again. The notifications working. It displayed. Oh, we're good. Thank you for following. Hope you're having a good day. Let's get this tmux upgraded. Actually, let's make sure these tests pass first. I'll commit this and then I'll upgrade. Pewty Wheat asks, are you a web dev? I was in a past life. I started as a JavaScript, well, my first employment was as kind of a, well, I guess my first employment was kind of like a miscellaneous developer. It wasn't really front end, wasn't really back end. My first like job out of school, I was a JavaScript developer, but I moved more towards full stack and eventually infrastructure. And now I work as a developer experience infrastructure engineer at Lyft. But I'm rooted in web development, so I understand the things. But if you ask me to write React, I won't be able to, because it's been a while. I'm from the jQuery era of web development. So that dates me. Display the file number when multiple files are open. Okay, so that's going to fail CI, and we're going to make a new branch to try and fix CI. Oh boy. What were we doing here? Curl this, curl location, output, temp tmux.zip, this, and I guess, let's say cd temp. Unzip tmux.zip. That makes tmux. Actually, maker temp tmux. Do it like this. And then we need to prepend path. Bunch of hacks. Let's see. I did work with Ajax. It wasn't true JavaScript and XML. It was JavaScript and JSON. I wasn't that old. Oh, I need to name this branch differently. Test me fix CI. I have a special branch prefix that causes it to run CI whether or not it's a pull request, so that's what I do there. CDU asks, hi, what's the area where you would choose to use Python instead of JavaScript? It really depends, like, what you're building and, like, what you want to do with it. Like, if you're in the browser, you're always going to use JavaScript. If you're writing like a web server, then you have choices, like whether you would use JavaScript, or like whether you use Node or Python. If you're writing a command line tool, it really depends on like what you're trying to target. I don't know. There's not really a strong reason to use one over the other than like library support or whatever. No religious language wars, yeah. Using Azure pipelines when GitHub Actions exists. Yeah, I do, and I have GitHub Actions. The thing is, like, the code already works. And I don't want to relearn setting this up again, so I'm just gonna... I'm gonna stick to it until I need to switch it. And everything else that I use uses Azure pipelines, so it's gonna stay that way for now. Summary, pipelines. Upgrade the version of Tmux. Let's see, is this working? Did this download? Downloaded. Test ran. They succeeded. Yay! It works. Fucking jank, but whatever. Resolves 7. But yeah, if I used Ubuntu Bionic in GitHub Actions, I wouldn't have this problem because Tmux is new enough then. I don't know what makes me more sad, that it's a virtual machine or that you're using Nano exclusively. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's okay, soon I will be using Babi exclusively, but one day. Do you use a VM for programming on a MacBook as well as on a desktop? Well, this actually isn't a MacBook. This is my, where is it? There it is. Samsung laptop. I do have a MacBook for work, but I dual boot Windows, or I dual boot Linux on it, so I run Linux on my work laptop. And I don't work in a VM on my work machine. I just work directly on the middle. But on that machine, I run a VM. On my living room computer, I dual boot, or no, I don't dual boot. I just run Linux. But everywhere else, I use a VM. Pretty alright. I'm trying to know if I should learn Python now or if I should just stick to JavaScript for front end and back end. You'll probably be fine in JavaScript. It's fine. Emacs gang, rise up. Oh no, here we go. We now have the editor wars. It's okay. I use Nano just to piss off everyone else. That's the real reason. Need to get rid of Ubuntu's Unity. That stuff is terrible. I think they're switching to, what is the other one? Wayland in the next release. Sidhu, you use Arch, I hear. It was only a matter of time before you said that you used Arch if you're an Arch user. Are you also an atheist vegan? Suki, are you trolling me? Do you use requests? I won't give you my full Kenneth rant, but I do not use requests unless I'm forced to. In fact, if you grep my code, -e from or import requests in Python files. The only thing that uses requests is PyTest, which I didn't write that code, and dumpypi, which I also didn't write that code. Why does dumpypi use it? We could just use urllib. Just use this. There's no reason for requests. Build.error.url error. Done. Fixed. No more requests. But I'll fix that code some other day. My TLDR is because Kenneth. I won't use it because Kenneth. I tend to try and get by with just using urlib without needing any dependencies, and for the most part it works. Though I've heard that the new hotness is HTTPX, which is a new HTTP client that will hopefully be better. I don't know though. Ooh, H2 support. Fancy. But, I don't know. That's me. It's not tiny. Yeah, it's not nano. What was I doing? So, did that issue get auto-closed? It did, yay! And did my CI fix itself? It did. Cool. Sweet! Why is this taking so long? Come on, delete that branch. There we go. Oh god, the minimalist rabbit hole I was down when you're using Mutt as my email client. Just wait until you use Tmux, or not Tmux, till you use Emacs as your email client. Have a meme, boys. Alright, here we go. Better be safe. When people don't do anything to combat climate change, I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. Litter again, I'll break your fucking knees. It's pretty good. I like it. I approve. But have you used Emacs as your main operating system? Yeah. I know some people that are basically just Emacs as an operating system, which I teach their own, I guess. Teach their own. But yeah, what was I working on? I don't even remember at this point. I think I got the file name stuff working, and I don't think I had plans after that. Right? I got this working? Yeah, 1 of 4. And the arrow key stuff works. So, seems good. Oh, now that I'm using a new enough version of Tmux, I can get rid of the, there's a hack in here somewhere. Yeah. Tmux has an off by 1 error in the height calculation in the older version. So I can probably delete all of this. Yes, I believe I can delete this. Undo Tmux hacks. See if that passes CI. It tempts me every time I use it. Choosing XWM as the window manager and all that good stuff. Yeah. Sidhu says, good night everyone. It's 1 AM my time. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around in the future. They bring Adobe apps and Edge Insider to Linux. I'll switch back from Hackintosh to Arch on my laptop. Ooh. That'd be interesting. I don't know what Adobe apps... Oh, do you mean like Photoshop and such? Alright, let's see what happens here. I also wonder if I can revert the Dead Snakes installation as well. Oh, Linux is Linux, I see. Oh, that's funny. Linux. Gotta protect the homeland, my dude. I'm brand new to TPH, so I didn't know Linux. Like, did it pass? I missed it. Hey, somehow this is faster than on my home computer. Or on my VM. I guess it's probably because it's a VM. But if it passes, that's pretty sweet. But I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon here, I think. Because I don't have any other plans, and it's been 6 hours, and I'm hungry. So, yeah, let me do my little, my little spiel here. If you missed any part of the stream and you want to catch the rest of it, I upload all of the streams since about January to YouTube, and that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, so you can find any previous streams that happened there. So there's infinite content, but there's a lot of good stuff there. If you want to find like a past video that I thought was really cool, where was it? There's this like memory leak one. I guess I can just search for Verkzeug. This one is a pretty cool stream if you want to check that one out. I basically debug a memory leak and then rewrite a new implementation that fixes it. But that's where past streams are. I normally stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific time, which was today's stream with Russians attack. Yeah. I normally stream at 11 a.m. Pacific time on Saturdays. Sometimes I stream during the weekdays, but you can find all of that information on, well, I usually announce on Discord, but I also announce on Twitter. That's twitter.com/codewithanthony. So it's different than my GitHub handle, or my stream handle, unfortunately, but Twitter doesn't let you have long names, and it would have been Anthony Writes COD, which I felt was not... I mean, I'll do a fishing stream at some point, but... yeah, other than that, I think that's everything. So thank you all for stopping by, and I will go find someone to raid.